Yo, what is up, everybody? Who is in the house? Say hi, say shalom, say peace be unto you, Shamar. Peace be unto you, Oscar. You're right, because every time I speak, seems to me that a lot of people hate when I speak. But welcome to the live. This is Friday Night Miami. Welcome to the live and direct. Tonight we're gonna talk about a very touchy subject. Come out from books, right? Because before I went live, there was a comment, right, from someone. I forgot his name. He was saying something like, "Oh, stop it. Christ was not a Tibetan Buddhist. Like stop following what you come across on YouTube or the internet." Now, mind you, the brother that posted that comment, right, doesn't know the information that I'm gonna bring out, and it's not found on the internet, sir. The information that I'm gonna speak about is comes out of books, out of actual real researchers that have done their professional jobs to bring about a lot of these books that were hidden away uh, during the takeover by the Papal Church or the Vatican Church of the Roman Empire way back in the days. We're gonna dive into that. We're gonna dive into the history of that. But hey, gather around. Thank you for being here. It's an honor to come back again, strengthen in the mind and the spirit and the body. Like we're entering into a new season. The fall is coming up, and you guys have to understand what are the significance of that. Like, what does it have to do with the human self, right? Well, that's part of the sinking of you understanding your connection with the cycles of the planet. But that's a completely total different subject for a different day. Yeah, so I was saying that a lot of people misunderstand a lot of the things that I've been saying, like very subtle, like here and there for the past 8 years that I've been with you guys on this beautiful journey of transformation, from the inside out and the outside in, up and down, left and right. um it's been a holistic journey for me ever since I spent beautiful and amazing time with plant medicine this summer. As you guys know, I went and did a training to become a Campbell practitioner. I got certified. I got the credentials. We were able to sit down and get trained by like the chief of the Kuntanawa tribes from the Brazil, and it was such an amazing month and a half that I spent just diving deep and understanding myself and connecting. When we talk about, you gotta connect with Mother Nature. You gotta connect with Mother Nature, and a lot of people teach like, well, just go out and do a hike and hug a tree. Well, yeah, that's fine. It's part of it. But like the deeper aspect of connecting back to Mother Earth is when you guys eat what the plant medicines that Mother Earth has created for you guys' well-being, for all of us, right? And so that's the war. That's like another war that's against that has been going on for since the hippie era. That's when like the Nixon administration, Ronald Reagan administration, they're all demonized, psilocybin, corn of heaven, angels, food, aka magic, mushrooms, right? But well, I think I'm going in a different direction now. So let's get let's go back to the subject matter. Welcome to the live, everybody. Welcome to the live. Yishai, I don't understand you coming, bro. It doesn't make any sense to me. But yeah, I don't drink. I think you confusing me with like uh not Sarah, Judah, not Sarah. He's the one that drinks sometimes when he does live. So a confusion there. Roscon, welcome to live, bro. Jeremiah is asking a question. Do I believe in the eighth dimension? Um, I don't know why would you ask me that question, because you guys know that I don't believe that there's only one like the fourth dimension. There's many dimensions, right? There's as far as even science, what is it? Um, Quantum physicists have said, and there's a lot of research out there that you guys can check out where it says that they are already discovering like 10 and beyond dimensions, right? These plane of existence that we call Earth is just a three-dimensional plane that is the most densest one. This is what we see in materialize in a matter form. Like when we touch a tree, we think it's physical, and it is physical. And even though it's physical, there's like a lot at a molecular structure at a quantic level. There's just like molecules there, just energy. So, all right, cool. Um, Yeah, since we're in the subject of like talking about like our connection with Mother Earth, right? Let's talk about, I don't know, I came across this video and I'm sure you guys have come across it too as well. I'm gonna show it to you and then we're gonna talk about it and then later on we're gonna jump into the class. It's gonna be a short one, but there's gonna be a lot of reading that I'm gonna be doing. So, it's just information that is powerful that what I'm gonna do, and this is the misunderstanding a lot of people have. Like when I debated Jose Vega, like a while back ago, you guys remember the debate that I had with him? We were talking about the Christ, and how I basically like out in the debate, I made a proclamation saying that I do not believe that Christ died for the sins of Israel or for the sins of the world or for the sins of the people, right? That was an idea created by someone else. And then we're going to dive into that. We're going to dive into the earlier manuscripts of the Gnostics themselves, the Nag Hammadi scriptures. And right there, I'm going to show you what the first Christians of the first century were doing or what they believed that happened because they were like right there during the events of these very important individual that many of you know him as Christ or Jesus, right? So we're gonna dive into that. We're gonna dive into the earlier life of Christ as well. I'm gonna bring out like books that you probably have never read before or ever heard. So I'm gonna bring that out because this is important, right? Because then right there, when we understand and analyze like the whole context of the story of Jesus Christ, right? Or as I call him, uh, Yeshua, the son of David, right? But that's another subject in itself. Also, what I'm gonna show you guys is actually the birth of Christ is not what we think, right? When we think about a normal human birth, that's not how it happens. So I'm gonna bring that information out as well, coming out of the first Christians and what it says in their manuscripts, which is it's called the Nag Hammadi. But stick around. For those who are gonna be watching later on, when this live ends, hey, welcome to the live. Welcome to this video. Welcome to this teaching. I'm gonna be brief, but yeah, before we dive into that, I'm gonna show you what the agenda, because there's always an agenda, right? And there's like a lot of people subscribe to the idea of the end of the world, the apocalypse, and the end times and all that stuff. Hold on, let me take this comment out. Yeah, I was saying that a lot of people subscribe to that idea, right? And so it, it's like the cycles repeat themselves every time. There's always destruction, right? You're always changing. Like when you guys are born into this planet, you guys cannot walk, you guys cannot see, you guys cannot formulate words in your mouth to speak, right? And so as you begin to grow, you begin to change, and as you become like a child, then you begin to understand certain things, and you can speak words and sentences with your parents and stuff. And then you become like a teenager and whatnot, and then teenager becomes an adult, and then a young adult, and now you're a parent. So there's cycles. So the planet goes through cycles as well. Like every single cycle, it goes through it, right? And so when people start freaking out about the end of the world, the world that is basically like in the verge of happening with like Russia and the United States, and like the tension, the whole deal about Russia and China becoming one, united against the West. And so a lot of people are freaking out, and there's like these announcements that it was a weird announcement that came in New York TV systems, saying that there was going to be a nuclear, like a nuclear war. There was going to be an atomic bomb, and then they were telling the people in New York, like, if it happens, this is what you're supposed to do, and it was like a scary message and so stuff. And so the idea of all this stuff is that to continue to per- perpetuate the idea of fear. It's like a fear mongering idea that it didn't work out with the so-called, you know, the vaccine. You guys know what I'm talking about. It didn't work with that when the entire world was in quarantine and stuff. So a lot of people were in a fear vibration. They didn't want to get out, and they thought, just it was just a fear mongering idea. And so that's the idea that was created in order to suppress the great awakening of like the people that understand what is really going on this planet. So tonight, um, it's gonna be about that. It's gonna be a very touchy subject, and just because I bring this information out doesn't mean that I hate, like, I hate you guys, or I hate you, the fact that you guys believe in a man that died for your sins. I'm not under that vibration, right? There's been a lot of people that deleted me from Facebook just because, like, I'm sure there was a slander campaign against me saying that, oh, Ayash doesn't believe in Christ anymore. This is not a third, and a lot of people believe that because the simple-minded, oh, they always do that. Whenever there's like a rumor, instead of coming to the source, like, hey, is it what you said, or what happened, or whatever, and people don't abide by like courtesy. So, but it is what it is, and tonight you guys are gonna understand why I said what I said during my debate with Vega a while back ago. You guys remember when I said that I do not believe that Christ, Jesus Christ, died for your sins in order for you to be saved. That was an idea that was created by the Roman Empire, and I'm gonna prove it later on. But before we go into that, let me show you this real quick. Let me show you this real quick.
The internet is ablaze with what most conservatives are calling a hellish techno dystopia. This, care of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which has proposed building a 1,640-foot high, 106-mile-long city for 9 million people built into a mirrored wall.
For too long, humanity has existed within dysfunctional and polluted cities that ignore nature. Now, a revolution in civilization is taking place. Imagine a traditional city and consolidating its footprint, designing to protect and enhance nature. The line will be home to 9 million residents and will be built with a footprint of just 34 square kilometers. And we are designing it to provide a healthier, more sustainable quality of life. The line's communities are organized in 3 dimensions. Residents have access to all their daily needs within 5-minute walk neighborhoods. And the line's infrastructure makes it possible to travel end to end in 20 minutes with no need for cars, resulting in 0 carbon emissions. The line is 500 meters tall, 200 meters wide, 170 kilometers long, and housed within an elegant mirror glass facade. The line, the city that delivers new wonders for the world.
I love it. It is the
Yo, so let me give you my thoughts on that idea. That idea came from the Arab world, right? Because they wanna. This is their new expansion that they wanna do, but they wanna, quote unquote, protect Mother Nature. Now, um, it sounds beautiful for those who do not understand like what that could be for. Let's say if they're housing like 9 million thinkers right there, free thinkers or revolutionaries and whatnot. Now you have them in one location where you can kind of control the entire grid system, because it will be AI operated, right? Artificial intelligence will operate the entire system. So now you disconnected from Mother Nature herself at an organic level, right? So everything's becoming so synthetic. Like if you guys really think about like houses, when you go into a house, houses are not even made up of real wood anymore. It's like these plastics and whatever the like, and these uh like a I don't know, like a cover on the walls that looks like bricks, but they're not really bricks. They're just painted bricks and stuff. So everything's becoming so synthetic, so fake and whatnot. And so when people like myself and other people talk about very subjects that people are not ready to have a conversation with, a lot of people jump to conclusions. Oh, well, if he doesn't believe in Christ that he died for his sins, well, he must believe in Satan then now. Oh my gosh, like and then the rumors spread, and this is where we are. But um yeah, my thoughts on that idea about building this line where you can house like 12 million people or 90 million people there, like that's like a little dangerous if you guys think about it, because if that idea is coming to fruition regardless. But if that idea is used by all the governments of the world, they can literally like house arrest everybody in and make you think that you're actually free when you're not. That's why it's saying yo, that's why it's saying, oh, well, everything's gonna be within distance. Within 5 minutes, you're gonna go to the grocery stores. Within 5 minutes, you're gonna go to the gym. Within 5 minutes, you're gonna go to the park. Within 5 minutes, you're gonna go to the club or the club, or the bar, or whatever it is that you guys do for fun, whatever the like, the school. So everything's gonna be within 5 minutes. So that means that you're literally in jail, right? So they make it sound like, well, there's gonna be more freedom and this and that and third, bro. No, they're trying to like really like compress humanity, right? Uh, there's really an attack on humanity, and I know that when I speak about these things, people think, oh, these guys lost it. Though he's gone, whatever the lie. Oh, the spirit of the Most High left him and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, because I'm speaking outside the matrix, right? I'm speaking outside the matrix, but why a lot of people are still inside the matrix. And so when you're outside the matrix and you're trying to like divulge, spread a message through words and speech, and then people are listening to you from the inside out, it's like it sounds different. It sounds like, oh, this guy is crazy, like blah 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 blah. But literally, like there's a war against like humanity. Like think about the things that we eat, the things that people watch, right? The substance that people consume every time on TV. Yo, it's crazy. Like one time I had to correct my mother, right? Because she used to watch like telenovelas and stuff, like soap operas, right? She used to watch telenovelas, and I'm like, bro, like, is there something that you watch that other than that nonsense? Because that basically keeps people entertaining to these dramas that you get attached to, right? Because when people are watching soap operas, telenovelas, you guys know that you guys you guys get emotionally attached to the characters and stuff, and you think you're inside the deal. You're like in the whole drama right there when you're not. You're just being entertained, right? And so that's the distraction that's been going on. That's just one aspect. That's just like a small fraction of the aspect of how humanity is like enslaved in every aspect of the word, right? But there's freedom. Once you guys step outside from the matrix, I know it's a lot of people are scared to like step outside into the unknown, right? Because people are always scared of what they do not know and what they do not understand, right? They're always scared, and that's why they were always trying to like kill Christ. They was always hating on him in every aspect of the word, whether he was like healing a person, whether he was resurrecting someone from the dead, whether he was doing magic to heal the blind, and whatever the like. There was always hatred. Like the Pharisees and the Levites, the ones that were worshiping the real God, the God of the Bible, El Shaddai or Yahweh or Yahweh, right? The guy that a lot of people worship today in the world. So it's been uh it's been a war, right? It's been a war. So there's a lot of beliefs out there that just completely like doesn't make any sense, right? Especially coming from like the words of Christ himself. But anyways, where do we go? We gonna Yeah, welcome to the live, everybody. Thanks for sticking around. Those who are gonna be watching this video, welcome to this beautiful podcast. This conversation that I would like to have with a lot of people, because Like I think Friday Night Mayams for me is more like therapy, because I let myself be used to channel the message and to read whatever needs to be read and bring you out the information out so that you guys can compare, right? And you guys can go and do your own research as yourselves and be like, well, let's see if the ancient watchman is, stuck in some nonsense or garbage or whatever. Like someone said it in the comments on YouTube, on a YouTube comment section, right? Like, oh well, you're just listening to garbage that you came across on YouTube. Well, no, I'm gonna bring out books from like first time sources, or my bad, from primary sources, from actual researchers that are professional in their fields. So yeah, I'm gonna bring those out. But yeah, let's dive deep into it. So first and foremost, right? Um, for those who are wondering, so do I believe in Christ or do I believe in Jesus and whatnot? Um, I believe in the Christ that is spoken of in the first manuscripts of the first Christians of the first century, which are the Nag Hammadi scrolls, right? I've shown you guys that many times. So I subscribe to those scrolls because they predate um, the New Testament for at least 160 years, 120 years, my bad. Right? There's a 120-year gap between the first gospels, which were the Nag Hammadi scrolls, right? Which are, they're not complete, but whatever remains that we're able to translate, you guys can buy them online. I will show you guys later what edition you're supposed to buy, because there's many. There's one good one that is a study one. There's like, it goes in depth, like it goes deep into the whole thing. But anyways, I subscribe to that Christ in the Nag Hammadi scrolls, because that Christ that is spoken of in the Nag Hammadi is a completely different Christ that is taught by the mainstream Christianity today, all throughout the world. Whether it be a Jehovah Witness, or a Lutheran, or a Methodist, or a Protestant, or an evangelist, or Catholic, or whatever Christian label you guys want to put yourself on, is the same thing to me at the end of the day. Even like one of the popes say, I think it was John Paul II. When I was little, there was an interview that it was done, but he was basically calling all the Christians to come back home, because because you guys are just a bunch of children that left the actual original church, which was the Vatican. That's what the Pope said. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. So that's basically what Christianity is. And so all these Christian denominations that are pushing out the idea of Christ, oh, Christ died for your sins, so therefore you got to put your trust in a man that shed his blood, basically committing human sacrifice, like the gods of the Canaanites, Baal and El and Ishtar, and all the other gods as well, the gods of the Sumerians as well. A lot of them demanded human sacrifice to appease them. That was like, even children were his most precious sacrifices that he adored the most, right? We're talking about Baal, right? We're talking about the god El, the god of the Hebrews, which is El, the same God. Familiar, he is the father to Baal. El, the God of the Israelites, is the father to Baal. You guys understand? So right there, that connection should completely destroy the idea that the God of the ancient Israelites, the God of the Torah, is like the true prime creator God, right? We're gonna maybe dive a little bit deep into that as well. So, anyways, let's start. So, fasten your seatbelts. Let me grab something to drink, and I'll be back. All right. Thanks for sticking around and being patient. So now we're gonna understand because when we read in the book of Luke, chapter 2, verses 42 to 52, you guys can write this down so you guys can do the research with me as well. So we're gonna go into the book of Luke. So for those who are gonna be watching, people that do not believe in the Bible and whatnot, um, I'm bringing the scriptures out to prove the case of Christ not being what the Christian church teaches and stuff. So, but hentai, everything is gonna be proven according to you guys' even law, the three witnesses, right? So the book of Luke, chapter 2, verse 42, 52. All right, let me read it myself out of my own Bible because I have the Apocrypha with me. I have the Apocrypha books attached with the King James Version 1611. That's the one I have. It comes with the Apocrypha. It comes with the 14 Apocrypha books that the Protestant church hid in the 1800s. So, book of Luke, chapter 2. All right, 42, it says, "And when he was 12 years old, they went up to Jerusalem after the custom of the feast. And when they had fulfilled the days as they returned, the child Jesus tarried behind in Jerusalem, meaning he stayed behind. And Joseph and his mother knew not of it, right? So now the question is, right, because if you guys read the scriptures, the only mention of Christ is when you guys read this scripture right here, when Christ was basically having a conversation with like the masters of the law in the temple, right? It says, um, and when they found him not, they turned back again to Jerusalem, seeking him. Verse 46, and it came to pass that after 3 days they found him in the temple, sitting in the midst of the doctors, both hearing them and asking them questions. And all that heard him were astonished at his understanding and answers. And when they saw that they were amazed. And his mother said unto him, Son, why hast thou dealt with us? Behold, thy father and I, they were basically looking for him. Were in the days, yet Christ was really like having like deep conversations with like the Levites, like the doctors of the law. Like imagine like this guy was like way beyond the doctors of the law themselves. So that's basically like the only time where we where Christians talk about Christ, right? That moment, and then from there on, from the age of 12 to the age of 30, there's nothing written about him, right? So the question is, what happened, right? Because the answers to that question will not be found in the New Testament, right? Sorry to burst your bubbles, but the New Testament, the four Gospels, right? The four Gospels do not mention the whereabouts of the Christ from the age of 12 up to the age of 30, right? Now we're gonna reach that gap. We're gonna bridge that gap too. But also before we bridge that gap, I want to up to the age of Luke chapter 2 verse 42 through 52, right? When Christ was found at the age of 12 in the temple having a deep conversation with the Levites and the Torah, the doctors of the Torah. So but from the age when he was born up to that age of 12, there's also like a gap that is missing. So now what happened? I'm gonna give you guys that understanding. We're gonna go into these other gospels that were actually taken away during the councils beginning on the council of Nicaea all the way to the three, because there was 300 years in which this whole editing of the Bible and all these things began. And I'm gonna show you. As a matter of fact, we're gonna go there in a minute. We're gonna read a little bit of the history. All right. Um, yeah, because once again, a lot of people have these Christian idea about Christ, right? You guys, when I mention the name Christ or Jesus, what comes to your mind? Think about it. Jesus Christ. What comes to your mind? What comes to your mind? Oh, him walking around Galilee, preaching the gospel, this and that and the third, healing the sick and resurrecting the dead, right? That's what you guys think about. But there's other stuff that is not found in the gospel. So that idea that Christ was doing all these other things, well, let me not get ahead of myself. Let's go back to what I was saying. Um, with the possible exception of the Sermon on the Mount, it seems that most of the material written about Christ or Jesus was done so only after his death by his disciples, apostles, and some other interesting characters, right? These writings were collected into a body of literacy work known as the New Testament over a period of about 300 years. The quote editing, right, of the New Testament only began in the year AD 325, which consisted of deletions and changes that were made and approved by special church councils. See that? So now right there, like we're talking about the additions and deletions that they did to the actual scriptures. That's why I've been saying for quite some time that the Gnostic scrolls, the Nag Hammadi scrolls, are basically like the true Christian writings, because everything else derives the New Testament and some of the epistles of Paul and the Colossians and the Corinthians and the Gospels, the New Testament that you guys talk about. Well, a lot of the writings that you guys found, a lot of the phrases that they use, it's all goes back to the Gnostics themselves, right? The people, the Hebrews that live in Egypt that didn't want to do anything to do with like the God of the Old Testament. So they understood things, so they had to like stay behind. But anyways, so so the idea. So now once again, this is the Roman Empire, right? We're talking about the Roman Empire and how they took control of the narrative, right? Because you guys got to remember the victor rewrites or has the capacity or the ability to rewrite the history, right? To rewrite another narrative. And that's basically what happened, right? Later in a different podcast, we're going to talk about like the forbidden history of the human race, bro. And I'm going to bring out a lot of stuff that people are going to like, yo. But I do it so that you guys can have like all the cards on the table, right? I'm basically like this is a chess game where we just playing like this information has come out for many years. Like a lot of people have been talking about these, right? I knew about this when I was 10, when I was 12. Like I was already reading about like all the stuff where like my friends were like in like these children's game. I was like reading books and whatnot since the age of 10 and whatnot. But anyways, so that was my curiosity about understanding like the Bible, God, Catholicism, because I grew up being a Catholic, right? And being a Catholic, I began to ask questions like, why are people bowing down to a statue made by men? Like, what is that about? So God is just, it's just like, it's this form that humans have created, like out of clay, out of wood and whatnot. Is that your God? So I would ask questions even from a little age. Like I used to be taken to the El Catecismo. For those who speak Spanish, you guys know what I'm talking about. It's like a school that teaches you how to like become like a priest. So I was going there like since a young age, and like all this question, I couldn't fit in. I couldn't fit in because I would always question stuff. And so it's always been like this for like all my life where I question stuff, right? I challenge the narrative, the narrative, the status quo and stuff. And when I do, it sounds like, oh, you're violent or whatever the like. You're trying to destroy our platform, or you're trying to destroy our foundation, because basically that's the entire foundation on the planet. If you go to China, and you talk about Jesus, they'll know what Jesus you're talking about. If you go to Russia, they'll know what Jesus you're talking about. If you go to Spain, they know what Jesus you're talking about, right? But the real Jesus, a lot of people do not know, right? And so that's the Jesus that, like, that has been known pre-Christianity, right? Pre-Christianity, and these Jesus um, that is spoken up in the Gnostic is not the same that the Christian that revolves around the Christian train of thought, or the dogmatic ideology of who Jesus is, and what his place in the divine scale is, and whatever the like, right? So, anyways, so there was a lot of additions and deletions going back to the AD 325, and that took place over 300 years. So imagine what, imagine, yo, you guys gotta think about, right? You guys gotta understand, like, use your logic, right? Logically speaking, why would anybody take 300 years to edit, to go over a text, to delete, to add, to subtract, and whatever the like, over a period of 300 years? That means that what? That means that they're really hiding something. That means that they took all the effort over 300 years in order to completely delete, like, the most important, crucial stuff that people ought to know these days about their own Christian beliefs, right? Because Christ is not what you guys claim to believe in. I know that I used to subscribe to that ideology before, but I do not subscribe to that, and I'm gonna give you guys the understanding why I don't not subscribe to that. But welcome to the life. Let's we're not continue to read. It says. These were collected into a body of literacy work known as the New Testament over a period of about 300 years. The quote editing of the New Testament only began in the year AD 325, which consisted of deletions and changes that were made and approved by a special church councils. See that? These highly secretive manipulation continued until the 12th century. You see that? So that should raise an eyebrow for a lot of you right now about the New Testament that you guys subscribe to. um, there was a second, there was this other council named the Second Synod of Constantinople in AD 553, right? So I'm gonna expel that. As a matter of fact, let me write it in the comment section so you guys can research as well, right? So nothing is no stone is left unturned. Hold on. Second Synod. Hold on, stick around. Of Constantinople. All right. All right, so that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Second Synod of Constantinople that took place in the year 553 AD, right? It says the church editors deleted all of Jesus's references to reincarnation from the Bible. See that? It says this was an important part of Jesus's ministry and adhered to by his early followers. It also points clearly to his youthful influences while growing up in the East. You see that? In the East. Now we're diving deep into what we were asking earlier, right? Because again, when we read earlier about Luke, in the book of Luke, chapter 2, verse 42 and 52, Christ is having a conversation at the age of 12 with the Levites and the scribes and Pharisees and the doctors of the Torah, right? and they were amazed at his wisdom. That was at the age of 12. Now, when he was born, there's in the book of Luke chapter 2, it's written therein, right? When he was born, and there was angels, and there was basically like a what would you call it, constellation conjunction, right, that took place between the king planet, which is Jupiter. It's a conjunction that takes place like every so often, like when one of the cycles of a house of the 12 zodiac houses changes, right? But anyways, so where were we? Oh yeah, so he was born, and then when from the age that he was born up to the age of 12, when he was found in the temple in the book of Luke chapter 2 verse 42 and 52, that there's gaps. The childhood of Christ is found somewhere else, and that's basically what we're gonna talk about, because this is the Christ, right? You guys, if you guys haven't read of the gospel, it's called the Infancy Gospel, right? Now, I let me see if we can bring it out and read it. We're gonna read it together. It's not too long, but hold on. Let me see if we can have, give me a minute. I'm trying to pull it out. I'm trying to pull it out because I want you to guys. I want you guys to read or listen to it firsthand, because these are the type of gospels that would hidden away about the so-called Christ that many people believe in, right? Because they don't know really what went down from the age of from the age when he was born, right? In the book of Luke chapter 2 up to the age of 12 in the book of Luke chapter whatever we read earlier, right? At the age of 12. Because from the age when he was born to the age of 12, there's a gap. From the age of 12 to the age of 30, there's another gap. So what was Christ doing? Where was Christ? Right? Where was he teaching? And whatever the like. And that's basically what I'm gonna expose tonight, right? To make you guys understand that a lot of people are basically blindly following narratives that were pushed out by the editions and the deleting throughout the councils of the church beginning in the year 325 AD. You see that? So I'm gonna try to connect the dots for you so you guys can understand the sequence of events, right? Because this sequence of events is not by chance. It's not by like, oh, it's planned ahead. It's planned ahead. And when I mean it's planned ahead, I'm talking about all the aspects, because the religions of the world, right? Especially like the Catholic Church and the Muslim world and all the other religions, right? That preach about this hell and heaven and salvation through amen and whatever the like. They're enslaving humanity at a subconscious and conscious levels, at the levels of the soul. Because now, like when people like myself, we speak about the subjects to other people, or we expose this subject to a lot of people that are basically like um what would you call it, brainwashed into this Christianized idea that if you speak against Christ, then maybe you're supposed to be killed. Oh, if you speak about my God, well, my God told me to stone you to death, because that's basically what a lot of people subscribe to. Like you talk to a lot of these people that are Torah onlys, right? You guys know who I'm talking about, right? I was part of these places where or chat groups where people were adding me to these chat groups about these fanatic Torah onlys that subscribe to these bloody ideologies of hatred, genocide, rape, murder against all the other nations that do not subscribe to their ideologies and their belief systems about God and Yahweh and their Torah, right? Because later on, right, this is what I'm saying, that a lot of people need to fasten their seatbelts on, because a lot of the information I'm going to bring out, I'm going to prove it like without a shadow of a doubt. So for the naysayers out there, right? But anyways, let me see if I can read this book. Right, right. Welcome to the live, everybody. Those who just joined in, you guys came in the right moment because we're diving deep into the identity of the true Christ, right? Because a lot of people subscribe to the idea of the Christ that is spread out during the conquest of the Roman Empire, beginning in the 6th century or whatever the like, right? When they began to Christianize the known world over here in the Americas, right? And as a matter of fact, before we dive deep into that, let's bring that out too. Let's also bring the atrocities that were committed in the name of Jesus, in the name of Jesus Christ. And when I talk about in the name of Jesus Christ, I'm talking about the Christ and the Jesus that was created by the Roman Empire, the one that we just read just now. Now, what we just read now is just like the introduction of what we're gonna talk about, right? Because I wanna bring you guys into these deep waters where you guys can swim and understand. Okay, well, if the Bible was edited, if the New Testament was edited, highly edited over a lapse of 300 years, right? Over 3 centuries, right? You guys gotta think strategically. You gotta think logically and be like, okay, well, why would someone take or spend or make the effort to spend 300 years to edit some random book of the Hebrews? Huh? See? So there was something that they wanted to hide, and they did it over a lapse of 300 years. So now, right there, that should raise an eyebrow to you, to guys, to question you guys' own belief about the four gospels that you guys read in the New Testament, right? Now, I'm not shitting on the New Testament. That's not what I'm doing, right? I'm having like a dialogue, a monologue with you guys. You guys are the listeners, so that you guys can understand my point of view and understand where I'm coming from with this information, right? Because if I were you guys, right, and an information came about and be like, oh, hey, by the way, your New Testament was basically highly revised for a lapse of 300 years. You know what I would do? Be like, huh, wait a minute. So are you telling me that the stuff that I read and it was taught to me when I was a Christian and it was taught to me when I was part of the Hebrew Israelite cult, right? The Black Hebrew Israelite cult, or it was taught to me when I was this and that and the third in the Christian church, whatever the like, right? So are you telling me that all that stuff that I learned about Jesus Christ is wrong, brother? Well, that's what we're gonna find out. All right, so by the 12th century AD, these ideologies that we're talking about, these additions that were made to the New Testament, it was already established, right? The voice of God, and like that was the establishment that they did. So they had to delete the truth in order to establish a lie, and that lie was believed, and is still believed all throughout the planet, right? Oh, my bad. Yeah, I said that I was gonna bring out the history of what happened when the colonization took place in the 1400s, when they brought religion with them, because when they came on this side of the world, they came in peace, right? They came in the name of God, or in the name of Jesus Christ. That's what they came in the name of, right? And so, but we're gonna see if that's the case, because then if the name of Christ means death and destruction and genocide unjustly, well, then I don't want to follow that Christ, right? I want to follow the Christ that is found in the Nag Hammadi scrolls, which I'm gonna give you guys like a glimpse of the Father of Christ, the one that he believed, right? He believed in a different God. But anyways, let's go back to the history. Right. So for those who don't know, I'm gonna read out of this book right here. It's is basically like primary sources, right? You can't get more primary sources than these, right? And so, Oh, there it is. There it is, right there. Okay, I'm gonna read. I'm gonna read from the page, page 16. Right. I'm gonna jump around, but just so you guys know, I'm reading from the book I just showed you guys. Right. It says, um, it says, as land was stolen from the natives, great famines ensued, yet heavy taxes were laid on Indians. Those who failed to pay were tortured to death. Indians who refused to join the Catholic Church were horsewhipped, had their heads shaved, and were forbidden to hold office or title in their villages. See that? For failing to attend mass or for practicing any of his old rites, meaning the ancestral wisdom that was passed down to our people, right, from priest to priest, meaning from shaman to shaman. That was the ancestral wisdom that the entire world should be basically doing, right? But we're like colonized into this industrialized genetic, uh matrix system, right? It's like, bro, no, don't get me started on that. uh for failing to attend mass or for practicing any of his old rites, an Indian could receive 100 lashes. According to the Spaniards, Indians were supposed to only were supposed to know only the Our Father, the Ave Maria, the Credo or the Creed, and the Ten Commandments. Reading and writings were considered as dangerous as the devil. You see that? See that? So that's basically the story of what happened when during the conquest of 1492 or the 1400s, basically, right? That took place in the Mesoamerica, and a lot of our people, a lot of our shamans, a lot of our priests, a lot of our mystics, a lot of our healers were killed off. The ancestral knowledge was destroyed, at least part of it, because nowadays there's like there's thankfully, and shout out to the prime creator and mother wisdom for allowing these movement to be reborn again, where the shamans are waking up, the healers are waking up, and trying to help sustain the frequency of the human race, right? Because the world is entering into this new age, and there's gonna be like a lot of shifts in like vibration and frequency, and the paradigm has to shift, right? The paradigm has to shift, just like the seasons of the planet, right? As we enter into the fall season, right? Things are gonna fall down, the leaves are gonna fall to the ground, and and then from green they're gonna turn into like orange, and after that they're gonna dry and die, and they're gonna go back to source, and the cycle begins again. So the human race is going through those two. It's going through the pains uh, of the new birth of these new vibrations, and so that's why a lot of this information is coming out to like re-educate the masses again, because of the lies that has been established, that we know what happened over a lapse of 300 years. So we're gonna go back to the history again, but I just wanted to bring this out so you guys understand that in the name of Jesus Christ, the conquest began in the 1400s in the Americas, in Mesoamerica, in Semanawak, Anahuac from North, Central, and South America, all in the name of Jesus Christ, right? So that's not the Christ that I subscribe to. Um, a natural mystic. Yeah, as a matter of fact, this book talks about the giants basically too, like a lot of the Nephilim bloodlines that came on this side of the world, like after the flood. A lot of the now a lot of people see, we can really like dive deep into this rabbit hole that's like deep and deep and deep, and like we can get lost in it. So I don't want to go deep into that. Maybe we'll save it for another day where we can talk. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna save it for later on, because I want to bring out a lot of information about the pre-Adamite civilizations. I'm gonna connect this whole thing out, and it's gonna be beautiful. But yeah, I appreciate everybody that is stuck around. or everybody's gonna stuck around to the end to like the whole presentation that I have for you guys. But yeah, let's see. No, the book is from Peter Tompkins. That's the author. It's called Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids. Yeah, man. Yeah, I appreciate you guys as being here, and I know that it's it takes a while to like get to the point sometimes, but it's important to bring out like to breach like just bring information out so that people can like walk in a bridge of the information and be able to cross over. Right. This is why like I go way too long. But anyways, let's go back to the story. All right, so then we talk about the second synod, right? Where is it at? Right there. So we were talking about the second synod of Constantinople that took place in 553 AD. The church editors deleted all of Jesus's references to reincarnation from the Bible. This was an important part of Jesus's ministry and adhered to by his early followers. It also points clearly to his youthful influences while growing up in the East, right? In the East, absorbing the many different cultures of the Hindus and the Buddhists, right? Right. So now we're diving deep, right? So now I'm gonna bring all the information now when we talk about the writings that remain in the East, right? In Cambodia and in the Himalayan mountains and stuff, in the Tibetan mountains where Christ basically walked over there and was learned in all the wisdom of the East. And then I'm gonna prove that in a minute. So, but yeah, stick around. I know it's a little bit different than before. So what's more, in the 12th century, the Lateran Council added the concept of the Holy Trinity in the Bible, an idea that was apparently never proposed by Jesus. You see that? So that whole idea about the Trinity, right? The Catholic Church and all the Christian world, right? Today, right at this very moment, they still believe in the whole Trinity, right? Well, that idea was created by none other than what? Than the Lateran, Lateran, the Lateran Council. See, they're the ones that added that concept about the Trinity. This Holy Trinity idea was doing the rounds since the first Council of Nicaea in AD 325, when the trouble with the Arians caused much heated argument about the validity of Christ. You see that? Early in the 4th century, you see that? A dispute erupted among the Christian leaders regarding the Son to the Father, quote unquote. A priest by the name of Arius of Alexandria, Arius, Arius, Arius of Alexandria, taught that there was a time when Christ did not exist because he was not co-eternal with the Father. He further said that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit were three separate and distinct entities, which is basically what I also teach, and that the Son, who was subordinate to the Father, was in fact a creature. These teachings were condemned, and Arius was excommunicated in AD 380 amongst this priest named Alexandria, because you guys got to understand, like some of the priests of the Catholic Church, a lot of them turn against the teachings of the Catholic Church. I mean, one example is the book that I always bring out, Bartolomé de las Casas. You guys remember that? Bartolomé de las Casas. He was a friar for the church, for the Catholic Church. He was sent to the New World with the army to basically convert, right, a lot of the indigenous Indians and whatever the like. Now the word Indian is basically like a Latin Vulgate which means children of God, like the word endeo, like endeo, like the word deo is basically the same word as like Dios, which means God, or like in the like in Portuguese you can say like Deus, Deus, right? Or like in Greek you can say Theos, like Theos, Theos is the same thing. So when we talk about Indios, it's not for us, like for our people, it's not a derogatory term because it literally means like children of God. Now, a lot of people are gonna be like, well, that wasn't the word being used by the natives, and yeah, I understand that because the word Indian was like it's like it's like a word made up with like Romanian language. It's not a language of of the Shemitic tribes like over here on this side of the world. But anyways, uh, so yeah, so the priest Arius of Alexandria was saying that, oh, Christ never existed, this and that and a third, blah blah blah. Now that's that priest. I'm just reading out. I'm just bringing the information out, right? I don't want you to guys be like, oh, you see what Ayash said? Ayash said this and that and a third. You know, you guys know what happens. But as early as the second century, Irenaeus of Lyon, you guys know who that is, right? He's like the enemy of the Gnostics. He's the enemy. He called the Gnostics heretics and stuff. As early as and this is why a lot of people follow like the anti Gnostic rhetoric out there, that a lot of people hate on the Gnostics because the Gnostics basically speak on really strange ideas that are beyond like what the Bible and the Torah even teaches, right? We're talking about like interdimensional travel and like how the world was really created and who like over 300 years to take away, add, and subtract from the actual writings that were in existence back then. So, as early as the second century, Irenaeus of Lyon described the Holy Spirit Jesus as the two hands of God, quote unquote. Irenaeus gave us a hint of what could be the functions of the other, quote, parts of God when he intimated that through the Holy Spirit, God worked creation, and through Jesus, he worked redemption. That's the ideology of Irenaeus of Lyon, which was a bishop of Rome. And this is what people subscribe to today. The same idea. It says the word Trinity or Trinitas was most likely coined by Tertullian in the 3rd century in his extensive writing on the issue. Another Christian father called Origen, right? Origin. Origen carried the doctrine farther. He neither assigned full consubstantiality of the Holy Spirit with God. At the gathering of Nicaea, the council formulated a creed that, although it was revised at the Council of Constantinople in AD 381 to 382, has become known as the Nicene Creed. See that? The Nicene Creed. That's what it's called. It affirmed that the doctrine of consubstantiality of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, right? Um, so basically, like what I'm bringing now is basically like the different doctrines that were springing forth back in those days about Christ, of the idea of the nature of Christ and who he was and who he was not. And so a lot of people were like clashing with other people, and a lot of people were being killed off, persecuted. Other people were being excommunicated, like we just read earlier about the priest Arius of Alexandria in AD 318, right? So the other problem that remained was how to explain the nature of Jesus. Everyone accepted that Jesus was human, so how could he also be God? Right? That's the idea, because the idea that the Catholic Church is still selling until this day. they're still teaching that Jesus Christ is basically like God in reincarnated on this planet. They think that Jesus is God, like literally, which is a form of idolatry. um, with heretical views spreading, the Arians promoting a different doctrine, something had to be done. This was one of the main reasons why the councils of Nicaea and the councils of Constantinople were set up. You see that? Because they were trying to come to like a conclusion, right? They didn't want to really give the truth, the entire truth. They wanted to incorporate like something from both parties. Um, It says, this was one of the main reasons why the councils of Nicaea and the councils of Constantinople were set up, to stop the impending and massive division in the church and to ostracize perceived heresy. You see that? It was not surprising that the majority of the bishops rallied behind Bishop Athanasius in affirming that Jesus was substantial with the Father, in contrast to the views of Arius and his followers, who maintained that Jesus could not be one with God and that he was a creature, meaning a person created just like everyone else. And so Emperor Constantine put his foot down. Arius and his supporters were expelled, and the Nicene Creed was passed that affirmed that that Jesus was God, basically. See that? That's how they created this whole idea. In AD 451, as the Council of Chalcedon, right? In AD 451, at the Council of Chalcedon, Pope Leo I proposed a solution to the riddle of God and Jesus. He declared that they were one person in two natures. You see that? You see how, like, bro, like everybody's belief right now, they were basically elaborated and created by people that were like confused. that that that's basically like the nature. Hold on, let me drink some water. Yo, like literally what we're reading, bro. I'm showing you guys that a lot of people's belief systems right now, a lot of people's dogmatic ideology when it comes to Christ and Jesus Christ, it was all created by these councils of the Roman Empire to try to confuse you into what I actually believe, right? Into who you're supposed to put your trust in, right? And that's the idea of the Gnostics. That's basically like the main point of the Gnostics is for us to like dive deep within ourselves to like own our own divinity, right? And so when I talk about our own divinity, people are like, "Oh, what are you trying to say? Yeah, the we're not that we're gods." Like, well, that's what your Torah says, right? I have said that ye are gods, right? So and it keeps saying, "But ye shall die like men." So the idea of that is that it's not relevant in non-existence, but that's like also I'm gonna read like another the Gospel of Mary, and I'm gonna bring that out also as well later so that you guys can understand what I'm saying. Anyways, so where are we? Yeah, so these councils took over a lapse of 300 years, and a lot of people died. A lot of people were persecuted because a lot of people were bringing out the truth of the matter, right? They were exposing the Catholic Church. They were exposing their teachings, just like a lot of people are doing today on the social media, right? And we're labeled as what Satanists and crazy, and we lost our marbles because we're speaking something against the status quo. Because at the end of the day, everybody, I don't care if you're Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox Church, Black Hebrew Israelite, Christian, Methodist, Lutheran, Jehovah Witness. I do not care. At the end of the day, every single one of those religions I just mentioned, and the rest of them, they all follow the same ideology, dogmatic ideology created by the Roman Empire over a lapse of 300 years during the beginning, during the Nicene down to the Constantinople councils by the church in order to hide the truth. But I'm crazy, right? I'm crazy. So a lot of people were excommunicated, expelled. Uh, um, so in AD 451, as the Council of Chalcedon, Pope Leo the First proposed a solution to the riddle of God and Jesus. He declared that they were one person in two natures. As far as the fathers were concerned, his miracles, his conduct, and his words were evident that he was divine. See that? Right. So now you guys have like a glimpse, a little bit of like what the New Testament is really about, right? Even though we can find certain good things and good passages in the New Testament, right? I'm not saying that it's evil or is satanic, but what you guys have to be aware, and you guys have to accept the truth of the matter. And the fact of the matter is that your New Testament is incomplete, period, right? And so if it's incomplete and there's other writings that predate it, wouldn't you like to pay attention to what those manuscripts have to say, right? So the and that was one of the conspiracies against the truth, right? The conspiracies against the truth was that during the 1800s, the Protestant church basically hid away 14 books called the Apocrypha. Now the word Apocrypha goes into the word hidden, right? Well, hidden what? Either the word hidden there means that those books were hidden away, or that the knowledge that those books have is was hidden away for a reason, in order to like establish a foundation of lies throughout the world by the spreading of the Catholic Church and their teachings when they went to the known world and conquered it by blood, sweat, and tears of the indigenous tribes of Mesoamerica and the people that died in Europe during the Inquisition of the 14 and 1500s, right? By the persecution of the healers and shamans and the so-called witches that were, being labeled as witches and whatever the like. So, um, one of the books submitted from the Bible is the story of Jesus' birth and the childhood years. That's what I was saying earlier. Now, I couldn't get the book so that we can read it together, but when you guys have a chance, right? um, where is it at? When you guys have a chance, look into the book called the Infancy Gospel. Let me uh let me see if I can maybe find it here real quick. Share its screen. All right, can you guys hear me or no? You guys hear me or no? Yeah, that's the Statue of Liberty is actually a transgender. That's actually like a man with the dress. All right, it says the other testimonies about this book have been given already. I now present the three principal forms of it as given by the Tischendorf, the two Greeks A and E, and one in Latin. Do you guys hear that? Were you guys able to hear that? Um, we're gonna. What I'm reading right now is from. I'm gonna try to read from the Infancy Gospel. See if you guys can hear me. Infancy Gospel. Oh, all right. Can you guys hear me now? Okay. All right. I was gonna maybe say if anybody wants to come and maybe like read it for me, cause I can't access my other phone. If someone wants to like do me the favor to like maybe find it and read it out of your phone, just I can share the link. Hold on, let me see if I can share the link. And if anybody's interested to come and read that book for me real quick, I will really appreciate it. If you cannot, then that's fine. I'm gonna try my best to read it for you guys so you guys can follow. All right. Hopefully the signal is good. All right. Let's see. Let's go back to the reading. It says the few Greek manuscripts are all late. The earliest authorities are much abbreviated Syriac version of which the manuscript is of the 6th century and a Latin palimpsest at Vienna of the 5th or 6th century which was never been deciphered in full. You heard that? So there's like these three Greek two Greek texts A and B, and there's like a third text that is written in Latin, right? And those texts that I'm gonna read, which is the Infancy Gospel, right? Where is it at? Right there. The Infancy Gospel. If you guys can see it, you guys can type it in on Google, and you guys can read it for yourselves when you guys get a chance. But so those texts are basically from the 4th to the 6th century, right? But there's three types. There's like two Greek texts, and then there's a third one that is written in Latin, right? And I'm gonna read the ones that are written in Greek. And basically, like what explains is that like the earlier years of the childhood of Christ, right? In which it talks about how basically was killing like little children when he got upset and like he couldn't control his powers and like he started like hurting people and like cursing people out and people will fall and die and like a lot of stuff like that was basically taking place like during the early age of Christ, right? And so that's the idea that a lot of people don't have. They don't have the other side of the coin to understand the character of Christ, meaning to understand like the Christ that they actually believe, because the Christ that the Catholic Church painted throughout the ages is not the same Christ that is found in the Infancy Gospel, right? It's not the same Christ that is found in the Gnostic Nag Hammadi writing scrolls. It's not the same. It's not the same that you find in the New Testament. They're two different ones. Why? Because one was created by by the Catholic Church, right? Through the councils of Constantinople and going back to the councils of Nicaea, right? At least 300 years plus of many additions, deletions, subtractions, and additions to the text, and this is why there's a lot of confusion. So, yeah, let's go back to the reading. Let me see, where are we? We're getting to the point. We're getting to the point. All right, I'm gonna read you from the book of the Infancy of Jesus Christ that dates back to the second century. Um, this is the biographical gospel that you guys can find it right from the second century. It says, the book of Infancy of Jesus Christ, and when they came to the cave, Mary confessed to Joseph that her time of giving birth had come, right? Because again, going back to the idea that Christ was born out of like Joseph having sex with like Mary, that's basically the idea that was pushed out. You guys gotta remember, like I just gave you like a piece of information that you guys can further do your own research, in which the New Testament was edited, highly edited, over a lapse of 300 years. So that idea that Christ was born out of sexual relationships, that's not true. That's actually false, right? And so we're gonna read it in a minute. But um it says Barbara Thiering writes extensively about the habits of the Essenes and their rituals and in their stronghold of Qumran. In her book Jesus the Man, she presents a slightly different explanation for the virgin birth, which revolves around culture and custom. You see that? Why? Because when you guys study the scenes of the case of the Qumran, right? These are the Hebrews that basically like separated from the nation of Israel, and they started like diving deep into themselves, and they started like eating more vegetables than meat, and like they began to like even to the point that even in their writings in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it tells you that they were communing with angels. Angels were walking among them on during those times, right? They were that's how like that's how powerful they were, and they were literally a threat, just like the Gnostics themselves, just like the scenes of the caves of the Qumran were like a threat to the Roman Empire back in those days, right? Because the Roman Empire wanted us um, consolidate. They wanted to consolidate the kingdoms that they conquered, right? And one way to consolidate a kingdom is to do what? Think about it, is to like bring them into one train of thought of religion, right? To enslave the mind. So that's how they did it. That's how they did it. So the Apocrypha Book of Infancy says, and when they came to the cave, Mary confessed to Joseph that her time of giving birth had come, and she could not go unto the city, and said, let us go into the cave. At that time the sun was nearly down, but Joseph hurried away uh, uh, so that he might fetch her a midwife. And when he saw an old Hebrew woman who was from Jerusalem, he said to her, please come here, good woman, and go into that cave, and you will see a woman just ready to give birth. It was after sunset when the old woman and Joseph reached the cave, and they both went into it. And look, it was all filled with lights greater than the light of lamps and candle, and greater of the lights of the sun itself. The infant was then wrapped in swaddling clothes and sucking on the breast of his mother, Saint Mary. The Infancy Gospel, chapter 1, verse 6 through 11. You see? So, um, now, right there, like, like the birth of Christ is completely different from from the birth of Christ that you guys read in the book of Luke chapter 2. You guys remember when like you have the shepherds that that there was an angel that came to the shepherds, and the shepherds went to the cave, and there was like donkeys in there and whatever the like no, this was like there was candles, there was light brighter than the sun. You see that? Brighter than the sun. So the idea is that a lot of people, there's like two views on the matter. A lot of people say that the bright light was basically like um an alignment of the of like constellations with the planet Jupiter, creating this massive brightest light ever on that time, symbolizing like the kingship of this child, right? Like the king star, basically. That's what they call it. The other view is that these lies that we read here in like the infancy gospel sounds like more like a technological viewpoint, because when now we're talking about like lights, like bright lights, it says that uh and look, it was all filled with lights greater than the light of the lamps. You see that? Of the lamps and candle, and greater of them than the light of the sun itself. You see that? So either there was some sort of like spaceship that was like above it, shining really bright to this child, and that was the sign that people talk about, the star in the heaven. Who knows, right? Who knows? So that's those are the both the two views that I personally know of. All right, so I'm gonna read from the book of Proto Evangelion, Evangelion, Proto Evangelion, chapter 15, verse 7. It says, "We saw an extraordinarily large star shining among the stars of heaven, and so outshine all the other stars that they became not visible. There is no planet or stars for comet or conjunction of the above that could possibly be so bright. The Star of Bethlehem was described in much greater splendor. It not only shone so incredibly brightly that it made all the other stars invisible, but it actually guided the three wise men, or the three magi, for a long way toward the infant." See that? The story in the Apocrypha Proto Evangelion, chapter 15, verse 9, it says, "So the wise men began their travel, and look, the star which they saw in the east went before them until it became and stood over the cave where the young child was with Mary and his mother." You see that? The star then guided the wise men all the way home back to the east. You see that? Now, the question is, why were men of the east coming to see a Hebrew child, right? No, and when it's talking about the East, it's talking about like all the people from like the Hindu countries, East Asia, Cambodia, and all those places, right? Those are the kings of the East. A lot of people are gonna speculate the kings of the East is talking about like ancient Iraq and all those places in Sumeria, but it's not, because Bethlehem is not. Bethlehem is actually south of those places a lot of people are talking about when they bring out this narrative. So I mean, by logic, the kings of the east will be like literally in the east of Jerusalem, or in the east of Bethlehem. When you guys have a map of Israel, right? Of ancient Israel, and you locate where was Bethlehem was at, and you farther east, it'll lead you way into the into like India and all those Pakistani areas and whatever the like, Cambodia, the Himalayan mountains and whatever, and all those places, right? So that's basically what the infancy gospel is talking about in chapter 3, verse 3. The light of which they follow until they return into their own country. You see that? So, I mean, the story that you guys that we're reading right here is basically the birth of Christ being completely different from the Bible. You guys can read in Matthew chapter 2, verse 9 and 13. It's completely different, right? Like there's no details being letting you know like what's going on. But yeah, we're gonna keep diving deep, and we're almost done. I don't want to take too much longer, but let's see. All right, so basically, like, um, we know that there was like a conspiracy against the killing of these King Star, right? He was a divine being. Like later on, like I'm gonna show you that again. His birth was not the way like it's being taught today in Christianity or the way it's found in your Bibles, right? Now, when I talk about your Bibles, I'm talking about the Bible that the collective of humanity uses today, whether it be the King James or the NIV or the Revised 1611. To me, it's all the same, right? Now, you guys are gonna be like, well, why are you reading from it and teaching from it? So that I could give you guys the understanding that, hey, like the things that you have come to understand and believe is not the truth, right? There comes a point in your lives where you guys have to like understand these aspects that like you go through cycles, right? Just like again early when I mentioned when I was giving you guys an example how you are born. You are born as a baby. You can't even talk. You can't even change your own diapers, and someone has to do it for you and whatever they like. You can't even like form any like sentences or words. The least you could do and say is like ma pa, right? Which is basically Hebrew, anyways. The word amma, which basically the entire world babies do when they're born, amma is basically Hebrew for mother. But yeah, so then after that, like you're like turn 5 now, you can like talk and have conversations and like say please and thank you and whatever they like. So then you become a teenager, and then teenager you become like an adult, young adult, and then an adult. So the whole point is that like you as a person at a physical level, right? You go through stages. Well, what about your soul? Your soul goes through the same thing. Our souls go through various stages of spiritual evolution. And a lot of people are not even aware of that. Why? Because a lot of people are stuck in the religious dogmatic ideologies that were basically elaborated by the Roman Empire through the Constantinople and the Nicene councils in a lapse of 300 years. That's why you guys believe what you guys believe, because someone created your religion. Someone created your dogmatic ideologies, and this is why you believe. And you guys will die defending it. You guys are willing to kill other people defending your bullshit. I have talked to a lot of you guys that have come on the show before and have admitted it that you guys will basically stone your own children to like, until they're done, according to you guys' own words. So your own words have condemned you guys as for, you know, uh, uh, just thinking about shedding bloodshed against another human being. Um, so you guys know the story. Christ basically fled to Egypt according to the narrative of the New Testament of the four Gospels. um, and so the word went out into the instant that the Messiah was born. After all, they had all the substantiation. The king had heard of him and wanted him dead. See, the coincidence that the Magi were from the East and the fact that Jesus spent most of his life after the birth in the East, learning the cultures and enlightenment is fascinating. The fact that the Christ or the Jesus was of the Essene Hebrew clan became clear after the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls in a cave in 1947 by a young Bedouin tribesman. Joseph and Jesus were both Essenes. You see that? You guys understand that? They were both Essenes. uh, which was an unique Hebrew religious sect with very different traditions. You see that? This is what I was saying, that a lot of the Essenes and a lot of the Gnostics basically like they stopped believing in the God of the Old Testament, and they began to like separate themselves from like the rest of the Hebrew Israelite nation, even back in the during the Roman Empire, right? This is why you have a lot of the Essene Hebrews that were basically hiding themselves from the persecution of the Roman Empire against them, right? Because the Roman Empire, they managed to Hellenize the Hebrew Israelites that were living pre Greco-Roman invasion, right? After the Greek and Roman invasion, Roman invasion, you guys know, and revolt of the Maccabees and whatever the like. But a lot of the Hellenistic ideology were left behind, and so the Roman wanted to basically get rid of whoever was basically against like the teachings of Rome, right? Especially the teachings of Christ, because the teachings of Christ, beginning of the first Christians, were pushed down by the Catholic Church through the Council of Constantinople and the Councils of Nicaea, right? Beginning of 325, going all the way to 553, right? And also like uh, uh, in uh, um, in 451, at the Council of Chalcedon, you have Pope Leo the First proposing, other solutions to other ideologies, and that's basically how the doctrine of Christianity, the doctrine of the Bible, Jehovah Witness came about. Everybody on the planet right now calling themselves Christian believes the same thing, regardless of whatever denomination you are, including the Black Hebrew Israelites, including them. Um, so the Essenes, who are the Essenes? Let me write it down because sometimes my pronunciation is not the correct pronunciation for some people. So let me write it down. There it is, right there. So we're talking about the Essenes right there. You guys see it in the screen? It's right there. We're talking about the Essenes. Who were they? They were a unique Hebrew religious sect with very different traditions. They also had very strong links to the Aryans of Persia. You see that? And that is why the three wise men came to see the newborn child from such a long distance away. It appears that the Essenes had all the trimmings of a sect of a society. You see that? In order to be part of it, right? It says it took several years of initiations before one was admitted. As part of the official initiation, you had to swear to protect all the secret teachings of the Essene order. You see that? And intriguingly, and most intriguing, you had to keep secretive the names of the angels living among them and their communities. You see that? This is why you guys read in the book of Hebrews, chapter 13, verse 2, that what? What? That beware, because without you guys knowing, you guys are, you know, there's angels walking amongst us pretty much. So a lot of the scenes, like, they had on a strict diet of like vegetarian and fruitarian and whatever they like. Why? Because that's how basically your body begins to heal itself and basically connect to the fullest aspect of the frequency of Mother Earth, right? Because you guys got to understand, like, this is another teaching, like this is completely another teaching that we can go dive deep into it. But the human body is nothing more than like like a human plant. Like everything that the human goes through in their processes of the body in the biology is almost the same processes that a plant goes through, especially when we talk about the process of photosynthesis and stuff, right? The magnesium being in the blood of our of our DNA, versus the chlorophyll that is found in the nucleus of the molecule of the chlorophyll of the plants. It's the same thing. The only thing that changes is that we have iron and they have magnesium. My bad. Yeah, we have iron in our blood and they have magnesium in their chlorophyll, but at the same is the same thing. See that? So they had a strict diet, and so that's why a lot of scholars and rabbis, some rabbis are, I've heard some rabbis say these, that the reason why they were able to commune with angels is that their bodies were pure, like because their bodies were electrical, right? And this is not far-fetched, because we are electrical beings, as we are, as it is. We have a nervous system, right? The brain basically has like high voltage of electricity, like day in then day out and whatever they like. So anyways, uh, uh, as a part of the official initiation, you had to swear to protect all the secret teachings of the Essene order, right? and most intriguing, you had to keep secretive the names of the angels living among them and their communities. You see that? So Hebrews 13:2, you guys can read that there. There's angels amongst us. So now we're gonna dive into the birth of Christ. So this is, I'm giving you guys like a background. I'm giving you guys context of what I'm about to go into, because what I'm about to say is that the birth of Christ is not the birth that we're familiar with. He's born out of the Virgin Mary because Joseph had sex with Mary, apparently, to the narrative, right? Now, the narrative that the Catholic Church pushed out is the narrative of, like, the spiritual conception, or the conception, or the immaculate conception of Christ, which is basically like a conception by like a copy of the ancient Babylonian story of like Semiramis in Tammuz. You guys understand? So that's basically the same idea that the Catholic Church pushed out, but the Christian Church changed it and say that no, that Christ was born like a man, like everybody else. Now, these manuscripts that I've been bringing out, it's it predates those other books for like at least 80 years, like the New Testament. Now, we went into how, like, the New Testament was highly edited. Like, there's no doubt right there, right? You guys want to question the information that's being brought out? Fine, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. The truth hurts. It says, now, Barbara Thiering's version of the virgin birth of Jesus is a little different, right? And this is why we were talking about the scenes, because within the scenes they had a very strict diet, and I'm gonna give you the reason why. Now, there is this other Bible called the Awasby Bible. Within the Awasby Bible, it gives you like the knowledge on how to bring about modern prophets into this world. The only way to do it is by, like, having 4 generations of people eating nothing more than veggies and fruits and juice and water. 400 years, you have a generation of 400 years of people, right? Let's say a lineage of people. Like, let's say me, like, let's say I want to bring like modern prophets into this world. Well, me, beginning from me and my lineage over 400 years, we all have to be vegetarians according to the Waspi Bible, right? And I'm not saying that go ahead and do that, or that's what I believe, or whatever, there's a balance to everything. But yeah, so um from her extensive study of the Dead Sea Scrolls, she explains that Joseph, as an Essene, was practicing his religious principles of celibacy in a temple stronghold called Qumran. Now, those who don't know, I did a 5-year celibacy program for myself, right? And I did it because I wanted to serve. I wanted to commit myself in serving, like, the cause. And, like, back in those days, like when we were fighting against the Canaanites and stuff, and against, like, the teachings of the Black Hebrew Israelites, and what the lies they were teaching and stuff. That was like around the time where I was still, like, in my early stages in my celibacy. So it's not evil to do that. If someone wants to, like, become celibate for like 3 years because they want to focus, they want to regain strength, or they want to go inner, like inside yourself, and begin to heal the inner self and integrate, then you can do it. Like, you guys, again, like, this planet is a school. We come here to learn, right? We come here to understand other humans. We come here to love each other. We come here to end, like, um the old foundations, right? The old foundations that have destroyed humanity's minds, thoughts, ideas, peoples, villages, all in the name of religion, and my God is better than your God, and whatever the like, which is what everybody's doing anyways until this very day. This is why we find ourselves where we are. A ver. Mike Cortez, how you doing, Shama? I had a question. Why would a all-powerful God give us four versions of the same story in the Gospels? Also, why would anyone try to hide what was prophesied to happen out or come out? Uh, Once again, like, why would all-powerful God, like, first of all, who is this all-powerful God that you're talking about? Because I'm gonna read it again. I'm gonna read you the story, right? That you can research yourself. And in the story that I'm gonna give you right now, and I'm gonna read for you and everybody else, right? We're gonna see if this all powerful God that you're talking about is the one that gave you the four versions that you're talking about, or what says someone else. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. There it is. These were collected into a body of literacy work known as the New Testament over a period of 300 years. The editing of the New Testament only began in the year AD 325, which consisted of deletions and changes that were made and approved by special church councils. You see that? So are you saying that the church councils, which are the ones that gave you these four versions that you guys subscribe to, are you guys saying that they are the most powerful God? Because God didn't give you those four versions, well, those four versions of the Gospels that you guys call the New Testament. No, you know who gave it to you guys? The Roman Empire, over a lapse of 300 years of additions and deletions and adding and subtracting and adding and more and adding confusion. And this is why you guys are over here trying to defend the ideologies that were created for you guys over a lapse of 300 years by the Nicene all the way to the Constantinople councils, by the church councils. So when you're asking me about why would an all-powerful God give us four versions? Well, sir, God, the all-powerful God, did not give you four versions. It was the Roman Empire. From her extensive study of the Dead Sea Scrolls, she explains that Joseph, as an Essene, was practicing his religious principles of celibacy in a temple stronghold called Qumran. Celibacy was very important to the Essenes. It was regarded as the holiest way of life. They saw marriage and sex as unholy, and the more celibate you were, the closer to God you got. That's basically what the Essenes believe. um, the highest order of the Essene men lived in Qumran behind thick walls, completely out of touch with the world. They shared everything and owned nothing while dedicating their lives to God. Um, when they procreated the blood and the life, they would venture out for specific periods to find an appropriate female. The courting, um, the courting or betrothal period could last as long as 3 years, after which they would have a first marriage. This was the period during which the woman would fall pregnant. After waiting for 3 months, during which a miscarriage is more likely to happen, there would be a second wedding. Now, this is according to the scenes, right? Now, in the Bible, Mary fell pregnant with the Holy Ghost, right? That's according to the Bible, which according to the tradition meant that she was effectively still a virgin, because when she had a child, she had not had both the weddings. You see that? And, and you guys know the narrative, right? That Joseph, that an angel came to Joseph's dream so that he was able to accept what was coming out in the womb of Mary, because what was coming out into the womb of Mary was not a regular child, right? And see, so this is gonna begin to like reveal like the true nature of the true Christ that was hidden away from the Gospels. The Essenes believed that priests and Levites were incarnations of heavenly beings or gods and angels. That is crazy because like when I had my fourth mushroom ceremony, the the Elohim showed me Kwana. Showed me Kwana, and I'm not gonna tell you what they told me to they told me about him, but if Kwana ever wants to like find out, he can ask me himself. Oh man, there's a lot of stuff that I still gotta cover, man. Just give me a break, give me a minute. Let me uh let me take a breather real quick. I'll be back. You know what? And another point that I like to bring out before I go deeper is that a lot of people are gonna be like, they're gonna quote the New Testament saying like, if someone preaches in the book of Galatians chapter 1, right? You guys can read about Apostle Paul basically warning the church saying like, hey, if anybody comes to you with another Christ and another gospel, let them be accursed, right? And so a lot of people what a lot of people are gonna do most likely is that they're gonna be like, they're gonna use this video to say, see, Ayash is pushing another Christ, but wait a minute, how can I be pushing another Christ if the Christ that I'm like teaching guys about, the Christ that I'm like showing you guys about, is the Christ that predates the Gospels themselves for at least 120 years. Why do I Yeah. So once again, The Jesus that we find is the Jesus that was crucified in the Gospels, right? Jesus died for your sins, and he died. He was a sacrifice, a human sacrifice to atone for your sins. Even though like his atonement it completely violates the Torah at least like 7 times. I brought that out when I was debating Vega as well. You guys remember when I brought out the seven witnesses against like the statement of Christ dying for the sins of Israel. So we can go into all that in a different day, but uh, the whole point is that that's the idea it has been repeated for thousands of years, like since the councils of Nicaea to the councils of Constantinople, all the way to the Americas and the New World today, as we know it. Right? Everybody subscribes to the same Christ that was preached out and elaborated by those councils over a lapse of 300 years, right? And that's what people follow, right? But a substantial number of historians have unraveled a fascinating history of the young Jesus in Persia and Asia that is too detailed to be a fabrication or coincidence. They are not like the predictable stories that state that he worked with his father in the carpentry workshop. See that? If that was the case, who was responsible for spiritual and philosophical education? And why did we not hear about him at all during those years? You see that? It is highly unlikely that he would have gone unnoticed if he was around the Nazareth all his life. You see that? So, in other words, like if Jesus was actually living in like Nazareth, right? If he was living in Nazareth during the age where he was born, all the way to the age of 12, right? Uh, there should have been writers that wrote about him, contemporaries of Christ when he was growing up, right? And again, you guys can look into the Infancy Gospel. You guys can read it for yourselves. The Infancy Gospel is there's three. There's one Latin that was written in Latin. The other ones are written in Greek. There's A and there's B. Uh, you guys can find it online in the Gnostic Library. I think you guys can find it at gnosticlibrary.org or gnostic.org, and you guys can type it in the Infancy Gospel, and you guys can read it for yourselves, and it's gonna give you the breakdown. It's gonna show you what the young life of Jesus Christ was like, and it's not like what we think about. It's much darker than what we think about. Okay, darker, bloody, right? We're talking about baby Jesus killing like his peers just because they were looking at him the wrong way. Stuff like that, bro. See? Anyways, the local custom dictated that Essene boys entered a monastery at about the age of 5, where they received the appropriate education. You see that? And we know that Joseph was. Joseph, his earthly father, was an Essene. He was an initiated into the Essene way of life, right? So obviously Christ being born into a house of an Essene father, he had to be introduced and initiated into the rites of the Essenic order, right? The Essenic order, which we read earlier, you guys can dive deep into that. It's called the Essene order. As a matter of fact, let me write it down for you guys so you guys can research as well. That way you guys don't think I sound crazy, right? Ayash sounds crazy. Essene order. There it is. All right, right there. You guys see it? The Essene order. So Jesus's father, earthly father, Joseph, he was from the Essene order, meaning he was separate from the nation of Israel. Right? That's why they had to flee. And and the fleeing, right, it's not what people think, right? Um, where are we? The local custom dictated that the Essene boys enter in a monastery at about the age of 5, where they receive the appropriate education. Some historians claim that this was exactly what happened to young Jesus at a monastery on the Mediterranean Sea near Haifa. The reason why Jesus seemed to have made a short appearance in the New Testament at the age of 12 was for his bar, uh, um, bar mitzvah preparation, after which he mysteriously vanished for another 18 years. See that? Why? Because earlier during this podcast, I began to read what? The book of Luke, chapter 2, verse 42 and 52, where we find Christ having a conversation with the Levites and scribes in the temple at the age of 12, right? But we know that from the age of 12 down to the age when he was born, there's no records of him unless you guys read what? The Infancy Gospels. And then from there, from the age of 12 to the age of 30, that's 18 years of gap. Well, what was happening to Christ? What was Christ doing during those 18 years? Right? Where was he learning from? What was he doing in his ministry and whatever the like? So that's basically what I'm going to unravel, or we are gonna unravel at the end of this podcast, and you guys are gonna decide for yourselves whether or not this could be true, or maybe like some fiction that someone made up, even though that made up idea and dogma is already made up by the councils of Nicaea and the councils of Constantinople over 300 years. So that's what's already made up. What a lot of people believe today about who Christ is, right? He died for your sins, according to you guys. Anyways, so um, so the local custom was dictated that the children, they were initiated into the monastery of the Essenes in order to be initiated into the secrets and the teachings of the ancient mystics and sages, and the things that they learned by the angels themselves that were walking among them back in those days. Literally, I know it sounds crazy, but if we really like think about all civilizations on this planet, they all talk about what? The star people, right? Those who came from above, the Nephal, the Nephilim, the Nephilim, the Elohim, and the angels, and whatever the like. So me talking about these things is not far fetched, because these ideas, it's already engraved uh, in every civilization on the planet. Okay, you guys, go ahead and study every mythology, every mythos that every civilization has points to the same origin. Okay, it's the same thing, just different names. But anyways, the reason why Jesus seemed to have made a short appearance in the New Testament at the age of 12 was for his bar mitzvah preparation, after which he mysteriously vanished for another 18 years. Historians and documentary makers have done extensive work on the hidden life of the young Christ. See that? We're diving deep. Many of them agree that Jesus spent time traveling through Asia, absorbing the religious principles of their spiritual leaders. You see that? Those travels by Christ were probably sponsored by the Essenes, as their religious culture was deeply rooted in the Arian and Zoroaster religions, which originated from the East. You see, and this is why you find Zoroastrian ideology or belief systems within like the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Gnostics themselves as well. There's like a Gnostic sect that is based on the on the Zoroaster. Zoroaster. I'm gonna write that down for people. Hold on. You see that? That's what we're talking about right now. Zoroastrianism, that right there. So that that's basically what Christ was absorbing. This is why when Christ comes back at the age of 30, he begins to have a conversation with the Levites, and they didn't understand. They never understood what he was saying because his speech was completely different. Even like he was having a conversation with the Levites in the book of John chapter 8, and he was having a conversation with Levites say, when your God is not the same as my father, or, I mean, your father is not the same as my father. Christ referring to the Levites, right? Because the Levites were saying like, well, no, we're the sons of Abraham, and we only worship God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And Jesus was saying, it's like, no, that's not who I worship. My father is different than that. See that? And so he made a difference right there. Why? Because a lot of the ideologies that Christ came with to teach to the Hebrews in Jerusalem during the times of the Roman Empire invasion was nothing more than a lot of teachings from the East. And we're gonna dive deep into that in a minute. So stick around. Thanks for watching. Thanks for staying around. Let me see. Yeah, it's a subject that it's not easy to bring out, but it's just information that I would like to bring out for those who have ears to understand the matter instead of judging the matter beforehand. You know what I'm saying? So, um, here we go. We're diving deep. We're diving deep into these waters. Diving deep. Oh man, here we go. So, um, historians and documentary makers have done extensive work on the hidden life of the young Christ. Many of them agree that Jesus spent the time traveling through Asia absorbing the religious principles of their spiritual leaders. Those travels by Christ were probably sponsored by the Essenes, as their religious culture was deeply rooted in the Arian and Zoroaster religions, which originated from the East. You see that? Here we go. It says ancient Buddhist. Now again, again, like the Dead Sea Scrolls, is rooted in Aryan and Zoroaster religion, which is basically these right here. Look at the screen right there. That's basically the main focus or the theme and the foundation of the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? And there's also a Gnostic sect that is basically like founded under the foundation of the Zoroastrianism as well, right? Not the original Gnostics, which are like the Thomas Christianity, which is the original Christianity, as a matter of fact. Ancient Buddhist scrolls reveal that Jesus spent 17 years in India and Tibet from the age of 13 to the age of 29. You see that? And that coincides with like what's it called? That coincides with what the Bible says when we read in the book of Luke, chapter 2, verse 42 to 56, when Jesus is 12 and having a conversation with the Levites and doctors of the Torah in the temple in Jerusalem, right? And then from there on to from the age of 12 to the age of 30, we don't hear of it. But then ancient Buddhist scrolls that we're gonna read in a minute. Okay, we're gonna read these ancient scrolls. Okay, it says ancient Buddhist scrolls reveal that Jesus spent 17 years in India and Tibet from the age of 13 to the age of 29. He was both a student and teacher of Buddhist and Hindu holy men. The story of his journey from Jerusalem to Benares was recorded by Brahman historians who, until today, still know him and love him as Saint Isa, their Buddha, quote unquote. You see that? So they basically call him Saint Isa. Now the word Isa basically means Jesus, just like the Muslims call Isa in the Quran. When you guys read the Quran, Jesus Christ is referred as to what? Isa. Well, same thing as these Tibetan people, brothers and sisters over there. See, this is why, like, I don't know, but there's like a connection between like the people of the Tibetan people versus the like the Mexicans and like the natives of these lands. You know, there's like a connection. I don't know if you guys can see that. Like, there's like even like their shamanism is kind of like similar to the shamanism of the Americas. Mr. R, I don't know who you are, brother or sister, but welcome to the live. Welcome to the live. Hold on, give me a minute. I'm gonna bring my cat in. My cat is an outdoor cat, so she's outside hanging out. So I think it's time for her to go come inside. I'll be back. Hang tight. Hang tight. Welcome to live, everybody. Welcome to live. I'm glad you guys are here, hanging out with me. Oh, you're here? Chevrolet. Yo, welcome back to the live. Hey, Pablo, what's going on, brother? Hey, welcome to live. I don't know if you're the same Pablo from before, but welcome to live. Yeah, man. Any distractions, bro? I'm gonna start blocking people that are distracting, like planting seeds of discord and all this other stuff that is toxic behavior, right? That you guys are always typing. So if you guys begin to become disruptive on the comment section, I'm going to block you. Okay, so keep your peace. If you guys have something to say, wait until the end of this presentation, this podcast, this teaching that I'm giving to the people, and then once I'm done, then you guys can come and ask me questions respectively, right? That's all I ask, bro. Right? It's like I have to like say these when we're already adults, right? So please refrain from like being disrespectful on the comment boards, whether it be towards me or whether it be towards anybody else, right? Anyways, welcome to live. Give me a minute. I hope you guys are following like the thread, right? Um, following the thread of the information that is being brought out, so you guys can take notes and do your own research, right? The information that I bring out is for you guys to further the research, right? Just like when I created the council against the wars of Canaan, right? Way back 2 years, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, whatever the like, and it was all for a purpose, right? It was all for a purpose, and that purpose is already over. It's done, right? We already know that a lot of these black Hebrew Israelites are lying to the people and to themselves. But anyways, that's another topic. But anyways, yeah, a lot of people became very disrespectful towards me, the ancient watchmen, and those who were part of the ancient watchmen before, right? Just because they hated the truth and they hated the fact that we were bringing out facts, right? And so now it's the same thing. Now it's just myself, right? And the spirit of wisdom and truth, bringing this information out to the people so that people can make their own conclusions and do their own research on the matter, right? That's basically what I do this podcast for. And the information is gonna be there at the end of the day. You guys are the ones that are listening, probably most likely taking notes, so that you guys can research for yourselves. So you guys don't think I'm lying, you know? Ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah, so this is the type of comments that I'm talking about, you know, transgender ancient watchmen. What makes you say that? Because of the eye that is with makeup and like the the snake of an eye as my picture right there. Come on, man. Anyways, let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back to the subject matter. So the story of his journey from Jerusalem to Benares was recorded by Brahman historians who until today still know him and love him as Saint Isa, their Buddha. This was revealed in 1894 when a Russian doctor and explorer by the name of Nicholas Notovich published a book called The Unknown Life of Christ, right? Notovich journeyed extensively throughout Afghanistan, India, and farther through the spectacular passes of Bolan, over the Punjab, down into the arid rock land of Ladakh, and into the majestic vale of Kashmir of the Himalayas. During one of his journeys in 1890, he was visiting Leh, Leh, the capital of Ladakh, near where the Buddhist monastery of Himis, Himis, is located. Because of an accident in which he broke his leg, he had an opportunity to stay for some time at Himis. While he was there, he learned that the Buddhists had ancient records of the life of Jesus Christ. Notovich was stunned, and with some scratching, he located a Tibetan translation of the legend and carefully noted in his Carnet de Voyage over 200 verses from the curious document known as the Saint, known as the Life of Saint Isa. That's the ancient scroll. It's a document called the Life of Saint Isa. He learned that Isa is the direct translation of the name Jesus, which is also used by many Muslims today. He was shown two large yellow volumes containing the biography of Saint Isa. Notovich enlisted a member of his party to translate the Tibetan volumes, while he carefully noted each verse in the back pages of his journal. When he returned to the Western world, there was much controversy as to the authenticity of the document. He was accused of creating a hoax and was ridiculed as an impostor. In his defense, he encouraged a scientific expedition to prove that the original Tibetan documents really existed. One of his skeptics was Hindu monk and a disciple of Sri Ramakrishna called Swami Abhedananda. In 1922, Swami Abhedananda journeyed to Ladakh in hopes of exposing Notovich as a fraud. Now, if you guys don't know who Abhedananda, you guys can look him up, right? There was like a huge movement or like Buddhist that came on this side of the world back in the 60s and whatever the like 70s. Um, upon questioning the head Lama, about Saint Isa, he was shown a manuscript that he recorded in his travel notes. He was astounded to find a manuscript of Bengali translation of 224 verses virtually identical to what Notovich had written, right? And I'm gonna read the manuscripts in a minute. Just hang tight. It says, uh, he was astounded to find a manuscript of Bengali translation of 224 verses virtually identical to what Notovich had written. See that? Um, Abhinananda was thus convinced of the authenticity of the Isa legend. See, the legend of Jesus. While on trek through Central Asia during 1925, Nicholas Roerich, the artist philosopher, also encountered the infamous manuscript. One of the many reasons for Roerich's treks was to record customs and legends of the peoples of Central Asia. He published two of his diaries called The Heart of Asia and Altai Himalaya, which both contain such tales of Saint Isa. Roerich says that the more important that more important than the find of the manuscripts itself is the cultural phenomenon of the spread of Jesus' legend to the remote regions. He writes the following in Alta Himalaya. It says, whoever doubts too completely that such legends about the Christ's life exist in Asia probably does not realize what an immense influence the Nestorians have had in all parts of Asia, and how many so-called apocryphal legends they spread in the most ancient times. See that? Many remember lines from the book of Notovich, but it's still more wonderful to discover on this site, in several variants, the same version of the legend of Isa. The local people knew nothing of any published book, but they know the legend, and with deep reverence they speak of Isa. You see that? One might wonder what relation Muslims, Hindus, and Buddhists have with Isa, but it's still more significant to see how vital are great ideas and how they penetrate even the most remote places. Talking about the spread of Jesus' ideologies, right? Never many one discover the source of such legends, but even if they are originated from the ancient Nestorian Apocrypha, at present it is instructive to see the widespread and deep consideration paid to the subject. It is significant to hear a local inhabitant, a Hindu, relate how Isa preached beside a small pool near the bazaar under a tree, which no longer exists. In such purely physical indications, you may see how he seriously the subject is regarded. See, so like when you guys talk about Isa over there in the east, in some of these parts of the world, the word Isa is very like revere, like a very sacred name for this man named Jesus that came and basically like taught him a lot of stuff, and we're gonna find out like how it happened. I know it's pretty lengthy, but this is information that is like it's needed to be put out there. I made a first video like a while ago, like uh 2 months ago, I think, or 5 months ago, when I did the same teaching, bringing this information out, and then YouTube deleted it. It deleted the whole live. So I'm gonna wait and see when I finish this live podcast, see if my video is still on. Hopefully, it's still on because there's a lot of information that I'm bringing out. But hopefully, you guys are following the thread. All right. According to the Buddhist legends, Isa arrived in Asia at the age of about 13, studied under various masters, absorbing much knowledge whilst engaging in some preaching of his own. You see that? The document further states that the Blessed One, quote unquote, Blessed One, then returned to Palestine You see that? Then returned to Palestine some 16 years later at the age of 29. This fits the mysterious life of Jesus like a glove. And since there aren't any other similar coincidence that we know of, it certainly sounds like Jesus was a well-traveled and well-learned man by the time he began his worldwide changing ministry in Palestine, right? The legend of Saint Isa further strengthens the Essene and Arian link when it states that, check this out, fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. It says, oh man, it says, oh, my bad. I was on mute, man. My bad. Sorry. I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry. My mic was on mute. Anyways, so um so the legends from the Buddhists from that time tell you of the arrival of a person that arrived from Palestine at the age of 13 in that area of the world, right? And he began to learn and absorb all the teachings of the East and the masters of the East. It says the document further states that the Blessed One then returned to Palestine some 16 years later at the age of 29. And we know that it basically fits the same narrative that we find in the Bible, right? It basically, you connect the dots and it all makes sense now. Uh, you know, to the exception of some of the changes that the councils made, but um, in his 14th year, this is basically the legend, right? According to the Buddhists themselves. Check this out. In his 14th year, young Isa, the Blessed One, came this side of the Sind and settled among the Aryans. Sind was a province of western Pakistan, and Aryas was their term of Aryan. You see, the legend goes that Jesus studied under the white Aryan Brahmin priests, who were overjoyed by his arrival. You see that? The white priest of Brahma welcomed him joyfully. It states the legend. See, that was a quote. The white priest of Brahma welcomed him joyfully. That's when he arrived at the age of 13, right? And these are quotes from these ancient documents. It says, he was taught to read and to understand the Vedas. Now, if you guys understand what the Vedas are, bro, the Vedas are basically the cosmogony and mythology creation stories of the Hindu people, where basically it tells you about like the first cosmic war that went down, like when the gods basically fought amongst themselves and basically destroyed the entire planet. That's why it's very desolate today. Like you travel through California, you travel to Arizona, Phoenix, you travel through Texas, you travel through the southern border states, and it's all dry. Everywhere you see, it's all dry, to the exceptions to some places. So these cosmic wars right there in the Vedas, and it's just deep. But anyways, it says that uh, the white priest of Brahma welcomed him joyfully, states the legend. He was taught to read and to understand the Vedas, and also how to teach and expound these Hindu scriptures. But Jesus started to show his true colors very early in life when he disregarded culture and began to associate with the lower caste. You see that? That's why, like, when you guys study the Vedas, like the true Hinduism, like they do not accept black people. That's according to their own like their own books, the Vedas and all the books that they have. Like they're basically outside the temple. They can't even go into the outer courts of the temple of the Hindus. They have to be outside because according to them, like the African people, they're not worth it. That's why like Jesus was saying like you guys are gonna read later that he was opposing against all the Brahmanic priests of these racism against the lower people, you know, like the people that were poor and sick. They didn't want to teach them. They wanted them to die and stuff. So it says, but Jesus started to show his true colors very early in his life when he disregarded culture and began to associate with the lower caste. He protested against their discriminatory practices and questioned why God would make any differences in his children. You see that? The Sudras, people of the lower caste, were not only forbidden to attend and reading of the Vedas, but they were even forbidden to look on them, for they were condemned to perpetual servitude as slaves to the Brahmins, the Kastratiyas, and even the Vaishyas, who were of higher caste levels. Jesus strongly disregarded with their philosophy and openly questioned their morality, as written in the legend of Saint Isa. Quote, God, this is what Jesus was saying back in those days. God has made no difference between his children, who are all alike dear to him. This is what Jesus said. Disregarding their words, Isa remained with their sudras, preaching against the Brahmins and the Kshatriyas, those who deprive their brethren. This is what Jesus said, quote, those who deprive their brethren of divine happiness shall be deprived of it themselves. The Brahmans and the shat, Kshatriyas shall become the Sudras, and when the Sudras of the eternal shall dwell everlastingly. You see that? Meaning like the people that are ruling today, you know, they're the ones in power, the one percenters, you know, the ones that are ruling the planet, you know, they're ruling the planet with the fist of iron, right? Just like their God, the God that they serve. Well, Christ was preaching against all of that, that there was gonna be one day that all of that was gonna be like flipped around. And now like those people that are ruling the planet right now, they're gonna be like the lowest of the low. You see that? It's kind of like the cycle of karma, basically. This is why like everybody has to stop the violence, because the cycle of karma does never end unless we end it ourselves, right? Because what I'm saying is this, right? For example, someone does something to you that you feel offended by, right? And someone offended your pride and whatever. Like now you feel like you have to go over there and basically end someone's life just because your pride was hurt, right? And so now all of a sudden that family member that you just ended his life, that's gonna avenge you now. And so the cycle begins, and that cycle never ends, and then it begins and it's perpetual. Well, that cycle, it's also like um you can see the same cycle in the Bible by the God of the Bible, recreating the same cycle of genocide and slavery all throughout the planet, right? With these ideologies and dogmas about Jesus and God and whatever the like. So that's basically what I'm bringing out, right? All right, so when again Jesus was came to Asia, you know, to the east. He came to the east around the age of 13, and then he began to learn like the ways of the Aryan religion and Buddhism and stuff. And then he was very respected because he was like a teacher of the lower caste, and a lot of the Brahmin priests didn't like that because they wanted to keep themselves the knowledge. The same thing that Christ was dealing with when he went back to Palestine, and he was dealing with the Levites there. Same thing. The Levites were doing what? They were the gatekeepers. They didn't want nobody to go into the kingdom, and they themselves didn't even go into the kingdom. Why? Because they were the gatekeepers, the keepers of knowledge. Even their knowledge that they had, he was corrupted. So it's the same thing. Same thing that Christ was dealing with, like in the East, when he was over there in India and Pakistan and all those places in the Himalayas. He was dealing with the same thing. He was exposing those priests that were basically like corrupt in the mind and in the spirit. It says, Jesus' teaching in Asia are astounding as they mirror the words of Jesus some years later. Take a look at some of the things he had to say long before the people of the Holy Land got to hear his words of wisdom. You see that? Check this out. This is what Christ was preaching in the East when he was over there. He passed his time in several ancient cities of India, such as Benares. All loved him because Isa dwelt in peace with the Vaishyas and the Shudras, meaning the lowest caste of people, whom he instructed and helped. But the Brahmins and the Kshatriyas told him that Brahma forbade those to approach who were created out of his womb and feet. The Vaishyas were allowed to listen to the Vedas only on holidays, and the Sudras were forbidden not only to be present at the reading of the Vedas, but could not even look at them. Isa, meaning Jesus, said that men had filled all the temples with his abominations. See that? In order to pay homage to metals and stones, men sacrifice his fellows, in whom dwells a spark of the Supreme Spirit. Man demeans those who labor by the sweat of their brows in order to gain the goodwill of the sluggard who sits at the lavishly set board. But they who deprive their brothers of the common blessing shall be themselves stripped of it. The Vaishyas and the Shudras were struck with the astonishment and asked what they could perform. Isa bade them, saying, quote, worship not the idols. See that? Do not consider yourself first. Do not humiliate your neighbor. Help the poor. Sustain the feeble. Do evil to no one. Do not covet that which you do not possess and which is possessed by others. See that? These are the teachings that Christ was basically like uttering out of his mouth in India, way before he even arrived in Jerusalem at the age of 30. Many learning of such words decided to kill Isa, but Isa forewarned departed from this place by night. Afterwards, Isa went into Nepal, you see that, and into the Himalayan mountains. Quote, well, perform for us a miracle, demanded the servitors of the temple. See that? Then Isa replied to them, quote, miracles made their appearance from the very day when the world was created. He who cannot behold them is deprived of the greatest gift of life. See that? He basically was saying like a lot of people ask for miracles, bro, but like the miracle is the miracle of life. Because when you guys look into the quantum field of anything created today, it points to like sacred geometry, sacred creation, something sacred and intelligent created this whole place of existence. It's well elaborated to be just like some bang that just like a big bang that erupted in like in the universe like some 15 to 25 million years ago, right? That's the narrative, right? That all of a sudden there was a cosmic soup that by the way, it violated the first and the second law of thermodynamics. I mean the second law of thermodynamics, right? But again, it's like this is what is taught in the curriculum of the school systems all over the world. It is what it is. So Christ went to Nepal after they were trying to kill him in India, because basically he was going against the entire system. So a lot of people rose up against him. They were trying to kill him. They created a slander campaign, and they were trying to defame his name. So he fled to Nepal, and then he went to a temple, and the servants were saying, well, perform us a miracle, demanded the servitors of the temple. Then Isa replied to them, miracles made their appearance from the very day when the world was created. He who cannot behold them is deprived of the greatest gift of the life. But woe to you, enemies of men, woe unto you, if you await if you await that he should attest his power by miracle. Esau taught that man should not strive to behold the eternal spirit with one's own eyes, but to feel it with the heart, and to become a pure and worthy soul. Lost text missing. Not only shall you not make human offerings, see that? Ding, 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 ding. Not only shall you not make human offerings, you see? This is Christ talking about human sacrifice. You're not supposed to do human sacrifice according to the words like of the real Christ that we're reading about over here in the history of the Buddhist in India, in the temples of Nepal, in the Himalayas, where he traveled before he came back to Palestine at the age of 30, or he showed up into the into everybody's lives. It says, not only shall you not make human offerings, but you must not slaughter animals, because all is given for the use of men. Do not steal the goods of others, because that would be usurpation from your near one. Do not cheat, that you may be in turn not be cheated. Beware ye, who divert men from the true path, and who fill the people with superstitions and prejudices, who blind the vision of the seen ones, and who preach subservience to material things. You see that? So that's the teachings that Christ was teaching in Asia, in India, in Nepal, in Bernan, and all those places, the Himalayas, the temples of Nepal. So that's kind of like a brief description of the life of Christ over there. I mean, we can just continue to go on and on and on and on, but let me see. Man, whoa. Yeah, man. So, I'm just trying to decide what more information to bring out because there's like a lot. There's like a lot. So what we read is basically like first accounts from ancient manuscripts from the Buddhist temples of India, where he basically stayed for some years, and after that he fled because they were trying to kill him because he was basically opposing against like the discrimination against the lower caste and the poor people of India, and stuff. And Christ was against that, against that and against it. And we already read, right, what he was teaching, and it's just a powerful message, right? All right, it says. Then Pilate, ruler of Jerusalem, gave orders to lay hands upon the preacher Isa and to deliver him to the judges, without, however, arousing the displeasure of the people. But Isa taught, do not seek straight paths in darkness, possessed by fear, but gather force and support each other. He who supports his neighbor strengthens himself. I try to revive the law of Moses in the hearts of the people. And I say unto you that you do not understand their true meaning, because they do not teach revenge but forgiveness. But the meaning of this law is distorted. You see that? The Torah that you guys have is completely distorted. This is why you guys read in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 21, verse 10 to 13. When you guys go to war, if you see a beautiful woman, what do you guys do? According to the Torah, you kill the parents and the mother and the father, and then you keep that one for yourself, and you take her home and you shave her head, and you cut her nails, and basically like shame her completely, like humiliate her, right? Not only you just kill her parents, but you just are humiliating that woman. Well, that's basically what Christ is talking about over here. You know, these evil laws and evil commandments, right? But the meaning of these laws is distorted. You see that? Then the ruler sent to Isa his disguised servants that they should watch his actions and report to him about his words to the people. Thou just man, said the disguised servant of the ruler of Jerusalem, approaching Isa. It says, teach us, should we fulfill the will of Caesar or await the approaching deliverance? But Isa, recognizing that the disguised servant, said, I did not foretell unto you that you should be delivered from Caesar, but I said that the soul which was immersed in sin would be delivered from sin. At this time, an old woman approached the crowd, but was pushed back. Then Isa said, Reverend woman, mother of the universe, in her lies the truth of creation. She is the foundation of all that is good and beautiful. She is the source of life and death. Upon her depends the existence of men, because she is the sustenance of his labors. She gives birth to you in travail. She watches over your growth. Bless her, honor her, defend her, love your wives and honor them, because tomorrow they shall be mothers and lay progenitors of a whole race. Their love and ennobles men, soothes the embittered heart, and tames the beast. Wife and mother, they are the adornments of the universe. As light divides itself from darkness, so does woman possess the gift to divide in man good intent from the thought of evil. Your best thoughts must belong to woman. Gather, gather from them your moral strength, which you must possess to sustain your near ones. Do not humiliate her, for therein you will humiliate yourselves. And all which you will do to mother, to wife, to widow, and to another woman, in sorrow that shall you also do for the Spirit. You see that? So taught Jesus. But the ruler Pilate ordered one of his servants to make accusations against said Isa. Not far fence is the time when the highest will the people will become purified and united into one family. You see that was the whole teachings about Christ, trying not to being alliances amongst all the people, right? But you have even Caesar conspiring against the true Christ, trying to like catch him in a lie or like some sort of like uh contradiction on his teachings, and there was none, right? There was even spies that came to like hear his teachings, and like they couldn't even find anything and stuff. Right here, what Christ was teaching was basically like how basically in the law states like honor your father and your mother. Well, that's also talking about your cosmic father and your cosmic mother, right? Because you guys have a cosmic mother, right? As much as you guys want to deny like mother wisdom and Hakma Manawa, Rawah Kwadash, if you guys want to deny her, well, that right there, it tells you that like you guys despise women, right? You guys talk evil against women, like even these scams. GMS is one of the greatest example, right? One of these cult of the Black Hebrew Israelites called the GMS. They're literally found all throughout, scattered throughout the cities of America, like teaching this rhetoric and hatred against women. Oh, there are these and that and the third, and we're just holy men and whatever the like. And the woman is like hoes and these and B and the B word, like beaches and sand and beaches, basically. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? But when Jesus basically makes an example of this woman, basically begins to decipher like your cosmic mother. right? When he begins to talk about reverence woman, mother of the universe, in her lies the truth of creation, and you guys read the whole thing. I read it for you guys, right? So basically that's like an emanation, like a poetry, like towards mother wisdom. um It says, near Lhasa was a temple of teachings with a wealth of manuscripts. Jesus was to acquaint himself with them. Mengste, a great sage of all the East, was in this temple. You see, they call him, they call him, Mengste. Mengste was the name of Christ written in one of the temples, and they call him a mage, like a magician, like a wizard. Um, this behavior caused so much friction that a group of white priests uh, sent servants to kill Isa. He was, however, warned against the plot and escaped to the holy city of Jagannath and farther into Buddhist lands. Jesus stayed there for 6 years, learning the Pali language and the holy Buddhist writing the sutras. The legend goes that Jesus could perfectly expound the sacred scrolls. You see that? Bro, like, he was literally expounding on the mystery school knowledge of the Vedas, this like all these ancient writings of the Hindu people. Like those books go into depth of like the pre-Adamite civilizations. When you guys study, it tells you, like, gives you the records, uh the Vedas, all those writings gives you the records of all the cities that were destroyed on this planet, and all the evidence that you guys can literally go to those places and look at the evidence. And like there's been studies that there's a place called Ajenjo Mera or something, civilized people and like animals and people, and that only happens when you drop a nuclear bomb, when you having a war amongst nuclear warfare amongst all the people. Well, that was happening during the first cosmic war. That's basically what the Vedas is. That the Vedas, bro, expounds on like the pre-diluvian timelines before the deluge or the flood. This was happening. It was like there was deities. I know it's far-fetched people to grasp that there were gods walking among the planet, but there were. It's not far-fetched. All right. Uh, yeah, give me a minute, everybody. Give me a minute. Let me get some water, man. My mouth is thirsty. Yeah, we're diving into 3 hours, but there's a lot of information. I know a lot of reading, but I just want to bring it out. And I thank everybody else that stuck around, and those who are gonna be watching later on. Thank you for being here. Yo, welcome to the live, everybody. Those who just joined in, welcome to the live. We're diving deep into these waters. Um, we're talking about Christ. The Christ that was taught in the New Testament is not the real Christ. That's just an ideology that was created by the councils of Nicaea all the way to the Council of Constantinople, right? going back to the century 553 AD, right? And so the New Testament was revised, edited. It was a lot of stuff that was added onto it, a lot of stuff that was taken away, and that's the stuff that I went through earlier when we read about the book of Luke, chapter 2, verse 42 and 56, where we read about the life of Christ from the age of 12, but what happened from the age when he was born up to the age of 12? Well, you guys can read that in the Infancy Gospel. Read that for yourselves. You know, it goes into depth what Christ was doing when during his childhood years. It was dark. It was dark. It's not what you guys think. So read that when you get a chance. And so, without shadow of a doubt, you know, the New Testament, the Gospels, the four Gospels that you guys read of, Luke, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, whatever, they're not, they're incomplete, and they're rarely highly revised according to the record of the story. So now we have to analyze whether or not the things that we read about Christ in those Gospels is true. And come to find out that there's other these ancient manuscripts that the Buddhist priests kept in the east, in India, in the Tibetan Himalayan mountains, in Burma, in Nepal, and on those places where Christ was basically walking around from the age of 13 to the age of 29 when he came back to Palestine to like basically like go against the Levites, which is where we pick it up from. That's where we pick up the story from in the New Testament, in the Gospels, right? When Christ is basically going at it with the Levites, like, yo, like you guys are going off and this and that and third. Your father is not my father. The book of John, chapter 8, la 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 la. You guys know, right? Hold on. All right. Hold on. All right. Yeah, thanks for being patient. I had to like feed my cat, and you know she's very needy. All right, let's go back to the matter. Subject matter. So where are we? um. All right. So Christ began to question the narrative over there in the Tibetan Himalayan mountains in that area, right? He was, however, warned against the plot and escaped to the holy city of Jagannath and farther into Buddhist lands. Jesus stayed there for 6 years learning the Pali language and the holy Buddhist writings of the sutras. The legend goes that Jesus could perfectly expound the sacred scrolls. This kind of teachings flies right in the face of the God of vengeance in the Old Testament. You see that? Um, so basically, what Christ was exposing was the gods of like the Sumerians, right? because when I'm gonna do another podcast another day where I'm going to expound beginning from the pre-Adamite civilizations all the way down to the destruction of all the pre-Adamite civilizations worldwide down to the rulership of today, right? I'm gonna give you guys like the download from the mystery schools, right? Yeah, and the mystery schools, I'm talking about like the sages and the mages, the shamans, the healers, the witches, people that know this information. Those are the people that actually know this information without the Bible, right? Because this is common knowledge among the mystics and sages and Buddhist and whatnot, like people that have like diving to the third dimension, like of waters, the people that have gone into the holy of holies, they only know the information that only the Bible can go into. So before Jesus returned to Palestine, he preached and performed miracles among the people of Asia, even raising some from the dead. This is another excerpt from Rorich's translation of the legend of Saint Isa. You see, it says, "Finally, Jesus reached a mountain pass, and in the chief city of Ladakha lay. He was joyously accepted by monks and people of lower class." You see that? And Jesus taught in the monasteries and in the bazaars, the marketplaces, wherever the simple people gather, there he taught. Not far from this place lived a woman whose son had died, and she brought him to Jesus or Isa. And in the presence of a multitude, Jesus laid his hand on the child, and the child rose and healed. And many brought their children. Jesus laid his hand upon them, healing them. Among the Ladakhis, among the Ladakhis, Jesus passed many days teaching them, and they loved him. And when the time of his departure came, they sorrowed as children. You see that? These are like first accounts of like when Jesus was passing through their towns and stuff, and when he was doing like the healing to the people and raising the dead and things like that. um, by the time Jesus returned to Palestine, he was 29 or 30 years old, and immediately started his public life of ministry. See that? The relationship between him and his esteemed sponsors was showing great signs of distress, mainly because for their Aryan brethren in Asia. You see that? The Essenes had a lot of time and money invested in Jesus, proclaim the new Messiah. But Jesus wanted they wanted to make him the new Messiah. That's the reason why like they sponsored his struggle to experience like 18 years in stuff. That the Levites wanted to kill Christ because his teachings didn't make any sense. The teachings that Christ came to teach were like completely off, not even according to the Torah, right? Now I know people are gonna be like, well, Matthew 5 17 talks about like, I didn't come to destroy the Torah, but to uphold it, whatever. Like, but then you guys keep reading down in the same chapter 5 of Matthew, it takes it down what Christ said, and oh, so you guys try to say in the Torah that thou shalt not do this, not in the Torah. And Christ was like, man, don't even pay attention to that. I say such and such and such and such. And you guys can start reading from verses 32 down to the last verse, right? And Christ expound basically like uh, dismisses the Torah by putting his own input on what the Torah should be, right? That's basically what that chapter is. And so that's basically the Torah that he was talking about in Matthew 5:17 when it talks about I didn't come to destroy it, but to uphold it. Well, the upholding of the law is talking about the law that he learned from his father, not the father of the Old Testament. So anyway, um, according to some historians, he denied his Davidic descent. You see, he basically denied being from the tribe of Judah and like an appointed king to the rulership of the crown of Israel, right? Because he was literally under the descendant bloodlines of Joseph. Joseph was a Judean, like he was a Judite. He was from the tribe of Judah, that descendant of the kings of David, like the true kingship of Israel, right? And so since supposedly according to the birth of Christ, everybody agrees that the birth of Christ was done by Joseph, which is not true, right? It's not true. Christ was born out of a celestial birth, which I'm gonna maybe if I have time, I'm gonna expound on that too as well. According to some historians, he denied his Davidic descent and even forbade his disciples to call him the Messiah, which is another perfect example of how the principle of divide and conquer was being implemented by the cunning God of the ancient times, of the God of the Bible, right? So right there, like um, Christ was basically making a difference between like, yo, I don't agree anymore with, like, with this whole idea about the God of the Old Testament and stuff. I don't subscribe to that anymore. Like, even though like I was born under the law, right? Because Christ was born under the law, meaning his birth was basically like a mosaic birth, right? In every sense of the word, right? But then like that's why it says in Galatians that he was born under the law. So under Torah terms, Christ was born, but he began like during his travels, his eyes were opened up and he began to see like this whole concept of like organized religion and what it does to people to control them, right? And that's the whole idea where we find ourselves in the world today, right? This is why the conquest began, like the conquest of 1492 of Spain coming on the side of the world to conquer the natives, supposedly because they were like savages, which was completely a lie, completely a lie, far from the truth. Yeah, far from the truth, man. So, and this is why this information is good to hear. It's good to understand like what other perspective might be out there to like be able to understand like uh the Christ that people talk about, like the Christ consciousness and all that. Oh man. All right, what else can we bring out? All right, so let's see where we're gonna jump around because there's like a lot of information. I want to get to these points real quick before people get tired. It's getting late. Thanks for sticking around. To everybody that's been here for the past 3 hours. Shout out. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. All right, Barbara Thiering. In her book of the Apocalypse, The Life of Jesus After the Crucifixion, most people will be shocked to find out that the story of Jesus did not end on the cross or with his resurrection. Thiering presents a volume of evidence, mostly originating in the book of Revelations, that Jesus retreated into a secretive life of anti-Roman activity with his two sons and daughter. We learn that by the time Jesus was crucified, he was already married to Mary Magdalene. Their first wedding took place during September in AD 30, not not long after Jesus began his ministry. um, we should also remember that there is now overwhelming evidence that Jesus was actually born in the year 7 BC, which would have made him 7 years older than the history books led us to believe. Their second wedding took place during March uh, to May in AD 33. According to their custom, when they knew that Mary Magdalene was more than 3 months pregnant and a miscarriage was less likely to occur or happen. But it was a turbulent time for the Messiah, as he was also the year in which he was to be executed. Later that year, in September, his wife Mary Magdalene gave birth to a daughter, their first child. Jesus rises from the dead. His body mysteriously disappears from the tomb, and an angel tells Mary Magdalene and friends that he had risen on the third day as he promised he would. Those irrepressible angels seem to pop up every time there is possible trouble for these plots in humanity, like the birth of Christ or like something divine. There's always like angels and like a heavy activity, a heavy angelic activity when something big is about to take place, right? We begin to see changes on planet Earth. We begin to see like uh, shifts of consciousness, right? People's mentalities begin to change. People begin to heal. People begin to destroy all dogmas, ideologies, and of hatred and division. And people begin to like dive deep into themselves and heal themselves of the of the traumatic trauma that has been passed down at a genetic levels through genetic memory, right? Throughout the ages, like these belief systems and gods and whatnot. So basically, Jesus begins his anti-Roman campaign with his disciples and a growing number of revolutionaries. They struggle against Agrippa the First, Caligula, Agrippa the Second, and the Roman leaders, right? In June of AD 37, um, his firstborn son, Jesus Justus, is born. In March of AD 44, his second son is born, and in September of that year, his marriage to Mary ends. He travels extensively seeking support for his movement in Cyprus, Asia Minor, Rome, Ephesus, and Philippi, where he marries a woman called Lydia in AD 50. He continues to travel until he dies in the year AD 70 at the age of 76, most likely in Rome. So that's basically like in a synopsis, like the life of the Christ that basically like the people back then got to know him by, like these shaman, these healer, these wise men that basically was traveling around helping people heal and sharing his medicine, sharing his message. Like it kind of reminds me of the brother Haru when I was honorably enough to be able to sit down by the brother next to him, learning his ancestral wisdom that he was sharing with us. Those nights where we were sitting down with powerful plant medicine, bro. It was just amazing, just amazing. All right, so that's that on that. I kind of give you guys like a brief description or a brief rundown on the history of like these legends, the legends of Saint Isa, meaning the legend of Christ or Jesus, uh, during his travels when he left Palestine at the age of 12, and then from the age of 12 to the age of 18, 29, he spent it in the East, right, with the teachers of the mystery schools of India, the Vedas, going back into the mystery schools of the ancient civilizations of the pre-Adamites. Uh, he learned a lot. Like he was able to dive deep into his own self to become a healer. That he began to like move the elements and like even at an early age, right? He began like his powers began to like shape form when he went to the east and began to absorb like the teachings of the Buddhist temples, and the Himalayan temples and the Tibetan mountains and whatnot, right? And I give you guys a little bit of the thread so that you guys can follow along, doing your own research, right? Now, before before we call it a night, I would like to read one of the pages of the Nag Hammadi scrolls, right? These scrolls right here. Yeah, that's the one you guys are supposed to get if you guys want to study this in depth. That's where you're supposed to get, right? So, yeah. So let me see. All right. All right. So, and the Gnostics themselves also subscribe to that idea that Christ didn't die for the sins of the people. Right now, let me bring you back to now. This is basically like Christ. Like this is the Christ that we just went through in the brief history, right? That you guys can like dive deep into it. Right. I'm not gonna like expound on it because like we're gonna be here for like another 3-4 hours. Right. So I'll give you guys. I jump late pages and stuff from this book that I came across, and bro, it's like it goes deep. It goes very deep. So I briefly discussed it, but anyways, let me read these Nag Hammadi scrolls and give you guys a glimpse of what the Gnostics also subscribe to, which is basically like the same thing that Christ was teaching. This is Christ saying, "Some will create a mere imitation of the remnant in the name of a dead man who is Hermas." You see that? I'm gonna read it again, and these are the words of Christ, right? the Jesus that you guys read in the first Gospels, or the first to the second century AD, right? The first Christians, which is the Nag Hammadi scrolls, the ones that were living in Egypt. It says, some will create a mere imitation of the remnant in the name of a dead man who is Hermas, the firstborn of unrighteousness, in order to that the little ones may not believe in the light that is. You see that? These are the workers who will be cast into the outer darkness. See that? Away from the children of light. For they will not enter, nor they allow those who are going to their destination for their deliverance to enter. You see that? This is referring to like all the authorities and the cosmic powers that are guarding all the gateways when people die, right? Because when people die, like you literally have to traverse to the other side. Sadly, a lot of people don't have the knowledge, and a lot of people keep coming back into this plane of existence time and time and time again, being in the same cycle of reincarnation, right? Because I do subscribe to the concept of reincarnation, but not the way the Hindus teach it, right? But anyways, uh, all right, it says. Now check the message. Like, listen to the words, because the words that Christ uses is basically the words using against the bishops and the priests of Rome way back during the times of the Roman Empire. Remember when the Roman Empire was invading Jerusalem, right? What, century 60 to the 70th century AD? You remember the Titus's war and all them Roman emperors? Well, that's basically the timeline of this language. Now check this out. It says, and there are others among those outside our numbers who call themselves bishops. You see, bishops and deacons, as if they have received authority from God, but they bow before the judgment of the leaders. These people are dry canals, dry rivers. You see that? So there's like people out there like within the Black Hebrew Israelite movement calling themselves deacons and bishops and whatever the like. Same thing in the Catholic Church and like the Lutheran Church as well. Same deal, right? So that was basically Christ teaching against the establishment of Rome in Jerusalem back in those days when he came back from the east after being gone for 18 years, right? Which we just read like some ancient manuscripts showing you guys like a brief description of what Christ was doing in the east uh, during the age of 13 to the age of 29, right? So now check this out. Again, this is the Nag Hammadi scrolls. I'm reading from the opponents are insignificant and ignorant, page 482. And this is basically the words of Christ. Now check what Christ was is gonna say. This is why I said that I no longer subscribe to the idea of Christ dying for the sins of Israel, because Christ, the real Christ, never died for the sins of nobody. He was basically like a divine being that came and taught us how to elevate above these murky waters, right? The murky waters of the gods of the old gods of the Old Testament, right? The Elohim, these gods and goddesses that are basically go back to the Sumerians themselves. and basically like are basically a symbology for uh the archonic rulers of the cosmic planes of existence, right? The other dimensions that are ruled by these archonic forces that are really powerful. This is why you guys believe, right, in the book of Ephesians, chapter what? Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12, that we don't battle against flesh and blood, right, or bones, but we wrestle against principalities, right? Ding, 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 ding. Principalities, right, right there. Right, that word in the Greek, it means archons. Well, the principalities are the ones that were here before the beginning, that the earth was created. They're the ones that went to war against basically like the mother creator, right? The Hakma Amanawa, mother wisdom, right? Our mother. So before they basically went to war, and it's basically what you guys found in the Tiamat story of, or the Gilgamesh story. It like all these stories that you guys find in the Sumerians, the Bible, the Quran, and the Vedas. They're basically oral transmissions that were passed down to generations of generations. So the texts are basically like invalid today because of the mistranslations, the subtraction and adding away during the councils of Nicaea to the councils of Constantinople, right? We went over the history. And so right here, right in the Gnostics, we read of a different Christ, just like we read in the Infancy Gospels, right? A different Christ. Just like we read in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and and some among other like manuscripts from the Buddhist temples in Asia, in India, in Tibet, in the Himalayas, and whatever the like, right? So all these testaments of people are the witnesses that have come forward that you guys can go and look it up for yourselves, right? um, the rulers do not know that all this is an ineffable unity of undefiled truth, like what is among the children of light. See that? They have imitated it, and they proclaim the doctrine of a dead man. Along with false teachings, they mock the freedom and purity of the perfect assembly. You see that? In their doctrine, they bind themselves to fear and slavery and worldly concerns and improper forms of worship. You see that? For they are ignorant and of no significance. They do not accept the nobility of truth. They hate the one to whom they belong, and they love the one to whom they do not belong. See, they do not have the knowledge of the majesty, that it is from above, from the mountain of truth, and not from slavery, jealousy, fear, and love of the material world. You see that? Since you guys want a kingdom on this planet, right? So you guys, a lot of people teach that in order to get into the kingdom, you have to have a woolly hair and you have to be black, right? That's according to some of the teachings out there that I have come across when I used to be part of this um, Pan-Africanist black supremacy ideology cult called the Black Hebrew Israelites. So um, they do not have knowledge of the majesty that is from above, from the fountain of truth, and from the slavery, and not from slavery, jealousy, fear, and love of the material world. Boldly and freely they make use of what is not theirs and what is theirs. They do not covet because of their authority, of their law that addresses what they desire. You see that? Their law that addresses what they desire, meaning what? Meaning that, for example, the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 21, verses 10 to 13, when it talks about going to war, if you see a beautiful woman, you can take her with you and shave her head and basically go and force yourself on her to have sex, and she becomes your wife after a month of mourning and whatever the like. So this is what Christ was talking about over here, where it talks about um, their law that addresses what they desire. See that? And those who are without the law are in dire straits. They do not have it, and they still desire. See that? These people misled folks who through them resemble those who have the truth of their freedom, so as to place us under a yoke or coerce us with anxiety and fear. See that? One person is subjected to bondage, another is controlled by God through threats and violent force. You see that? Bro, it cannot be clearer than that Christ was basically dissing the God of the Old Testament. Because when you guys look at the nature of the God of the Old Testament, he basically behaves like a bipolar God. And I'm going to bring that information out in a different lesson. So stick around for that one. Tune in when that comes out because it's going to be really powerful as well. Uh, All right, so this is Christ still speaking, right? Noble people, people of the fatherhood, however, are not controlled since they control themselves by themselves without command or force. They belong to the thought of the fatherhood, and they are the one with their will, that the fatherhood may be perfect and inexpressible through the living water. Living water. All right. Oh man, let's see what else we got. Hold on. Now, a lot of people say that yeah, Christ died for people, for the people. Someone died. And they're gonna bring like certain passages in the Bible. Oh, we'll see. The book of Mark or the book of Matthew says such and such that he died, whatever. Like now, according to the Gnostics, right? That's not what happened. This is what happened. Check this out. I'm reading from In the Mouths of Lions, page 480 from the Nag Hammadi Scrolls, right? I was in the mouths of lions. They hatched a plot against me to counter uh, the destruction of their error and foolishness, but I did not give in to them as they had planned. I was not hurt at all, though they punished me. I did not die in actuality, but only in appearance, that I might not be put to shame by them, as if they are part of me. I freed myself of shame, and I did not become faint-hearted because of what they did to me. I would have become bound by fear, but I suffer only in their eyes and in their thought, that nothing may ever be claimed about them. That death they think I suffer, they suffer in their own error and blindness. They nail their men, see that? They nail their men to their death. By doing these things, they pronounce judgment against themselves. As for me, they saw me in punishment, but someone else, therefore, father drank the gall and the vinegar, and it was not I. They were striking me with a scourge, but someone else was. Simon bore the cross on his shoulder. Someone else wore the crown of thorns, and I was on high, poking fun on all the excesses of the rulers and the fruit of their error and conceit. I was laughing at their ignorance. Why? Because at this point, like when you guys read the Nag Hammadi, the Gospel of Judas, right? In the Gospel of Judas, it tells you that Christ gave a secret command to Judas. The secret command, right, was that Judas was not like a real normal human, because Judas comes from the same realm which Jesus comes from, right? And so Judas knew who Christ was, like the real one. He understood that he came from Barbelos. Now, Barbelos is basically like the source of it all, like the source of everything else, like not this terrestrial plane, right? But the source of everything else beyond our thoughts and imaginations. Um, and those places is basically like where all the artists draw their imagination from, right? This is why they're able to draw like fairy tales, lands where um magical creatures are and whatever they like, because a lot of these artists are basically like borrowing this from the source itself, the creative source of it all. um oh man, we're all done because I'm yawning, so thanks for sticking around. It says I brought, okay, so I was saying that they had a secret conversation between Judas and Christ, and the idea was that Judas was supposed to like give away Christ, like supposedly like as a sacrifice, but in the process of that, Judas basically knew, he had the information of the plan, and that's basically how like these entities were able to hack their brain, right? I know it sounds crazy, right? It's far fetched, but that's basically what these entities do. This is why your Bible tells you to guard your mind, right? It says guard your mind. It tells you many times. This is why, like the spiritual battles, like in Ephesians chapter 6, tells you to armor yourself with a helmet of salvation. Now, in the Greek, the word salvation means to health of the mind, right? Because there's something protecting the head, which is a vital piece of the body. Because in ancient times, like people would literally like go straight for the head when people were trying to like decapitate you, like in during war times with the sword, right? So in the spiritual terms, like you have to guard your mind, right? Because the mind can it has to be, it has the capacity to be accessed like a computer. It can be tapped into, especially nowadays with like these frequency weapons, you know. So yeah, so then the Christ never died. You know, that was just, again, that was just an idea that was created during the councils of Nicaea and the councils of Constantinople. You guys remember that? And so I proved that without shadow of a doubt. And so Christ right here is letting you know that it wasn't even him, that it was just kind of like a shape shifting ideology, like a shape shifting event or miracle that happened that in that day, and so his body was alive. He didn't die. He didn't die. It says, I brought all their powers into subjection. This is when basically Christ traversed the other dimensions, right? When you guys talk about, oh, you know, the third dimension and the fourth dimension is time, this and that, third. Well, no, that's just in this dimension, right? This dimension is just one branch of the first dimension, because each dimension, there's four dimensions. Each dimension has a branch of three dimensions each. So 3 times 4 is 12. That's 12 dimensions. The elder gods basically live beyond the 12 dimension, like beyond this universe, basically. Uh, I don't know. I think that's it. That's all I have. I mean, there's so much to bring out. I mean, we're gonna be reading these. If you guys, you guys wanna leave, I bid you peace. You guys, thanks for sticking around. Those who stuck all the way to the end, I appreciate you guys. I know this is a long subject, but I just wanted to bring a lot of reading out so you guys can like decipher the matter. Um, yeah, I'll give you my thoughts in a minute. Let me finish this out real quick. All right, so basically, again, out of the mouth of Christ, Christ said that he never died, that he was basically someone else, and that he basically made it appear according to a miracle or his powers that the Roman soldiers and the Sanhedrin that judged him unjustly were basically seeing like a vision of someone else that make it seem like it was him when he was not. When in fact what he was doing is basically traversing other dimensions in order to expose a lot of these cosmic entities that rule this planet, right? Uh, oh, all right. It says, "I brought all their powers into subjection. When I came down, no one saw me, for I kept changing my forms on high." You see that? Transforming from shape to shape. So when I was at their gates, I assumed their likeness. You see that? So Christ basically assumed the likeness of his archons, so there's principalities. He became like one of them, right? In order to traverse the other dimensions. It says, I passed by them quietly. I saw the realms, but I was not afraid or ashamed because I was pure. I was speaking with them and mingling with them. You see that? Through those who are mine. You see that? Jealousy I trampled on those who are harsh towards them, and I put out the fire. I was doing all these by my will to complete what I will in the will of the Father above. You see his mission, which was to liberate like the ancient spirits of ancient times. Um, yeah. And okay, so I'm gonna give you, and this basically cries, it was cries realms, in the spirit body, like literally in the spirit body. He went and traversed all these the eight dimensions, because beyond the nine dimension is basically what Mother Wisdom dwells, and then beyond that, the other souls and whatnot. So I'll give you that cosmogony time, but let me finish this out real quick so we can call it a night. All right, so all right, so I'm gonna show you what happened when Christ basically like transmuted himself. Remember, he was initiated into the teachings of the monks of the East. in India and stuff. That means that he had the ability to transmute his own body and traverse the other realms in the spirit body, right? There's a lot of evidence on those matters, right? You guys can research it yourself. There's a lot of evidence on those matters, and a lot of those matters were hidden away as like folklore or like some sort of hoax, but it's not. There's like cases of like monks that were meditating for 20 years without food and water, and then later on their bodies became like burned up. They became into light, and they basically decomposed like dust. All right, it says, we brought the child of the majesty hidden in the region below. To the height, there I am in the eons that no one has seen or understood. You see that? He was like deep into these different dimensions. Where the wedding of the wedding robe is. It is the wedding, not the old. It does not perish. For the new bridal chamber is of the heavens, and it is perfect. As I have revealed, there are three ways, and this is an undefiled mystery in the spirit of the eternal realm that is not destroyed or divided. You see that? Or even discussed, for it is invisible, universal, and permanent. The soul from on high will not discuss error, hear, or carry herself away from these realms that are here. She will be carried forth when she is liberated and treaded nobly in the world. See? And she stands before the Father with no difficulty or fear, forever communing with the mind of the ideal power. These will see me from every side with no animosity, for they see me and they are seen mingling with them. They did not put me to shame, and they were not ashamed. They were put afraid. They were not afraid in my presence, and they will pass by every gate without fear and be perfected in the third glory. Meaning, see that the third resurrection, referring to like when you are liberated from this death, this cycle of reincarnation, right? And I know that a lot of people are gonna say, well, those are teachings are off. Brother, those are teachings of demons and whatnot. Well, there's like a lot of evidence, scientific evidence, empirical evidence, bro, of many people claiming to have returned to this planet, that they have lived a life before on this plane of existence, and they can name people and places and even like give away secrets that they had before of their parents and stuff like that. So there's like a lot of cases that are real. So evidence cannot be dismissed, bro, before you guys check it out. Oh, man. Well, all right. So I think we're gonna close with these, and we're gonna call it a night. Thanks for those who came and watched. I'm gonna close with these real quick, and yeah, fuck Joe Biden. That's funny. All right, everybody. Here we go. This is the last paragraph I'm gonna read from the Nag Hammadi scrolls. It's called "This is what I have given you," right? And these are the words of Christ. Listen up. This is what I have presented to you. I am Jesus the Christ, Son of humanity, exalted above the heavens. You who are perfect and undefiled, I have presented this to you on account of the mystery that is undefiled and perfect and ineffable, that you understand that we ordained these things before the foundation of the world, so that when we appear through the world, see that? When we come back into this plane of existence, we may present the symbols of incorruption from the spiritual union with knowledge. You do not know these because of the cloud of flesh, meaning your meat suit, meaning your body, your biology. Because of the cloud of flesh that overshadows you. You see that? I mean, think about it. A dolphin can communicate in darkness through sonar, right? A snake can communicate in darkness through infrared light. Um, a bat can traverse through the night with sonar, right? Whales communicate themselves through miles and miles through sonar and PSP or ESP, which is extrasensory perception. They can communicate psychically with other humans as well. Blah 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 blah. Right? It sounds like a broken record, bro. It's like this. This is a story that humanity has forgotten. The timeline in history during humanity that had abilities and powers and psychic abilities. Yeah, that was lost a long time ago, but it's coming back. Stick around and you'll see. We ordained these things before the foundation of the world, so that when we appear through the world, see that? Talking about the sons of light that we came on this planet, reincarnating in a family or a body or a family or whatever, right? All throughout the world. So that when we appear throughout the world, we may present the symbols of incorruption from the spiritual union with knowledge. You do not know these because of the cloud of flesh that overshadows you. It is I, who am the friend of Sophia. From the beginning I have seen close to the Father, where the children of truth are, and the majesty rest in me, my friends in spirit, my brothers and sisters forever. See that? Those are the words of Christ, basically like letting you know that he wasn't the one that died for nobody. That it was actually someone else. It was like a projection, right? So if if it was like a projection, then why would the Roman emperors created like the councils of Nicaea all the way to the councils of Constantinople in the year 553, right? 300 years from 325 to 553 or whatever the like. Uh, that's like a long time. That's 300 years of like editing, subtracting from the text, and that's basically the result of what you guys have is in the four gospels. Now the four gospels is found what? The death of Christ. Now the death of Christ was never done. It was like you guys heard us say it out of the mouth of Christ. He like that never happened. We switched bodies, right, and stuff. Like what they were seeing, it wasn't me, even though it looked like me, it wasn't me. It was like a projection, this and that and the third. So Christ began to like transmute his body into like a spiritual body. That's why like, there was signs of the transfiguration of Christ. That's why there's like a glimpses of truth in the gospels. But the reality of the matter is that Christ didn't die for nobody's sin. As a matter of fact, he taught us how to like learn how to elevate your mind, right? How to free yourself from the bondage of the archons, right? These demons that rule these planes of existence. Let me see. Now check this out, right? This is according to the Gnostics as well, which is I personally subscribe to the Gnostics themselves highly more than the New Testament, right? Because these are basically first to second century AD. So, um, all right. So this is basically like Peter. This is Peter basically talking in the Nahamadi scrolls. It says, "My brothers, Jesus is a stranger to these suffering," talking about the crucifixion, right? Check this out. It says, "But we are the ones who have suffered through the mother's transgression," talking about what happened during the times of creation, right? When this world was created. Um, which I will expound later on in a different video. I'm gonna call it like the cosmogony of the Gnostics or something. I don't know. We'll see. It says, "But we are the ones who have suffered through the mother's transgression. For this reason, he did everything symbolically. Um, he did everything symbolically amongst us." You see that? The Lord Jesus, Son of the Father's immeasurable glory, is the author of our life. See? My brothers, let's not listen to these lawless ones for not walk in or nor walk in. You see that? So that was this dispute. This is the Gnostic thought against Christ, and the Gnostic Christ completely is different than the one you guys find in the New Testament, in the four Gospels, because in the four Gospels now he's created as an idol that died for the sins of not only for the people of the Jews, because like they named him Inri. Inri is basically Greek for like Jesus Rex Jew you was King of the Jews, basically saying, right? Because Christ, they knew that Christ basically was a king. Uh, so they were mocking him. But anyways, that was the ideology that the Roman Empire created. But then the Gnostic Christ is saying like, no, listen, I didn't say that. I never said that I died for the sins of the people. Like someone else did, and that someone else made it appear that it was me. But in fact, I was basically trying to like traverse. Because listen, you guys gotta understand, during the time of the human sacrifice, you have like portals that open up to like traverse the realms, right? Because when you sacrifice a human, the traversal of the soul has to be fast, like in a blink of an eye. So when there's like sacrifices in such degrees, like when people do it in magic or dark magic, what you guys open up is a portal, right? And so a portal was open when the that human was being sacrificed by the Roman Empire, not knowing that it was one of their own. Like they were literally killing one of their own, but Christ made it appear like some sort of holographic projection that it was him. And so when that was happening, a lot of the archonic forces that rule this planet came and basically were witnessing the whole thing, right? That's basically what the Gnostics basically say. They were witnessing the whole thing, and when they were witnessing, they were basically like, they said that, oh yeah, we became triumphant against the Son of God. We killed the Son of God. This and that and the third. But when that was happening, Christ was basically sneaking behind the scenes, traversing the other dimensions, exposing who they are, and freeing like the ancient spirits of ancient times, right? And so that's basically what happens. And that's basically what Christ had to make it seem like, oh, the archons basically won. And it's not. It wasn't the case, bro. You know, that wasn't the case. People gotta understand. Like it's time to come out of like trust in other men. That's why it says, I brought all their powers into subjection. When I came down, no one saw me, for I kept changing my forms on high, transforming from shape to shape. So when I was at their gates, I assumed their likeness. I passed by them quietly. I saw their realms, but I was not afraid or ashamed because I was pure. I was speaking with them and mingling with them, though whose those who are mine. Jealousy, I trample on those who are harsh towards them, and I put on fire. I was doing all this by my will to complete that I will in the will of the Father above. See his mission. So, that was basically it. Oh man, let's see, what else can we bring out? All right, so this is what happened like during that cosmic war that these cries, right? These yogi, bro, these dude that basically learned like the deep mysteries of the Vedas and the Eastern religion, bro, and basically like became very powerful to the point that a lot of people, a lot of the Buddhist priests, like they were a threat. That he was a threat to them because he had a following, right? A lot of people follow his teachings and stuff, and so they were basically made a plot against him to kill him, and so that's why he began to like travel all the way across from India to Tibet to the Himalayas to whatever, places like that, Asia and India and things and places like that. So even to the point that he was like teaching like to the people outside, and bro, like he had a following, he was doing miracles and whatnot, and he achieved what the Hindus call the seeds, the cities. The cities, or the SIDH, are basically like a point where you like learn how to type in your own chi and your own energy field, by gravitating into the what they call it, you gravitate only in the frequency of the 0 point energy, right? Which is the conjunction of your heart and your mind. And once you're at that point, that's where you can create. That's basically what you guys call magic. Um, so the world was not receptive to my visible exaltation, my third immersion in an image that was perceptible. You see that? Basically, like shape shifting. Like that's basically what this Christ was doing. Like he was shape shifting from one person to another. It says, the flame of the seven authorities was extinguished, the sun of the powers of the rulers set, darkness overcame them, and the world became impoverished. They bound this one with many bonds and nailed him to the cross, and they secured him with 4 bronze nails. He ripped the temple veil with his own hand. Hence, an earthquake shook earth's chaos, for the souls of the dead were released and resurrected, and they walked out in the open. They laid aside ignorant jealousy and lack of insight by the dead tombs, and they put on new person. You see, so there was like a lot of ancient spirits that basically woke up, and some sort of like portal to the other dimension of the dead opened up, and a lot of people were able to come back into this plane of existence. And so when they couldn't basically like behave in a humane manner, they begin to like possess a lot of bodies, right? And so those are people that are here still right now, alive. Is what you guys call vampires, right? Vampires. So these are basically like clones of souls that basically left that body. They call it like soul transfusion, I think. Yeah, they call it full soul transfusion, where basically like a soul of a person can leave the body and someone else can take over it. And so during that process, there's like a gap of time where have a lot of these ancient spirits are able to like possess the body. And this is what you guys call like, these reptilians that are ruling the planet. Like, well, these are people that have been taken over. Their bodies have been taken over by these other entities that are beyond like human comprehension, I guess, in ways, right? Because they're basically like mythical and very like mystical and stuff. And a lot of people don't believe in that. They want to see tangible evidence. They want to see it physically. If they don't see it physically, it's not real, right? Which is completely dumb. Oh, okay, well, can you show me an emotion? How does an emotion look like? How about love? The most powerful, like, frequency and vibration. How does love look like? Well, there's no looks in love. There's only a vibration and frequency. All right, it says, they had come to know the blessed, perfect one of the eternal, incomprehensible Father in the infinite light. That's what I am. When I came to my own and united with me, there was no need for many words. Our thoughts was one with their thoughts. See, psychic connection. So they understood what I was saying. You see that? Psychic connection. We made plans for the destruction of the rulers. You see? That was the plan all along, before the foundation of the, like when the foundation of this planet was set, and the archons took over this planet, and they began to rule it with the fist of iron all throughout the ages. Genocide, division, divide and conquer. If you don't follow these, well, then you're supposed to be killed with stones. If you don't do these, well, then you head off, and this and that and third. So these are the laws that were created by these angelic forces that are basically fallen entities, right? And this is what people follow today. So the whole plan into, like, coming, if you were the son of light, like literally a son of light, or a daughter of light, or a transgender of light, or whatever you want to identify as today. I don't care. The sons of light come in many flashbacks, right? Many suits and whatever they like, flavors and whatnot. So anyway, so uh the entire plan of coming into this plane of existence, this school, right? Because what this planet is nothing more than one of the hardest schools systems to go into, right? When you guys agreed to come into this plane of existence, you thought it was gonna be fun. You guys thought that coming into this planet, it was gonna be exciting and fun, even though it is. I mean, you can make it fun and exciting, but the soul lessons are difficult, bro. Like, if you guys don't wake up now, you guys are gonna have to wait for the other wheel of reincarnation to commence and begin. That will be the new genesis of things, right? Because the world is changing. The world is shifting right now, like metaphysically speaking, in all aspects, right? There's like scientists that are basically protesting in the banks right now, like uh they're like tying themselves with like handcuffs in the bank's doors, so sort of in a form to protest and bring awareness to the world that they have found like these mathematical algorithms and like schematics of like what's really happening to the planet and how the world is basically shifting now. And so a lot of people run in fear because of that, but the reality of that is that the world has suffered many cycles of changes, and it's basically what I was saying earlier about the body. Your body basically suffers the same changes, just like the earth, just like the cycles of the planet, right? Fall, spring, summer, fall, winter, whatever, right? Well, the same thing. Your body does the same thing. Your soul does the same thing. The universe does the same thing. So it's like a cosmic clock within a clock within a clock within a clock in itself, like a calendar that is cosmic, is beautiful. So we're going through those cosmic cycles right now, and changes, and things are gonna change, and things are shifting. This is why this information is coming out. So the ones that are ready to shift, they can, we can all shift together and bring about a change into the world by uniting tribes, by loving each other, by setting aside all your religious dogmas, and basically like become one, right? Understand that the human race is under attack for thousands of years. That's the whole point and message of the Messiah. is to bring about the awareness that these gods have been plotting against humanity for eons and times and ages in every single civilization on the planet. You guys are basically slaves to them. When I came to my own and united them with me, there was no need for many words. Our thoughts was one with their thoughts, so that they understood what I was saying. We made plans for the destruction of the rulers, and in these I did the will of the Father. That's what I am. You see that? And that's what I am as well. I'm here to like destroy all these dogmatic ideologies that have plagued the world with these genocide and bloodshed because you don't believe what I believe. Well, therefore, this is what's gonna happen. This, none, third, and that's the rhetoric. That's the rhetoric of the Bible. That's the rhetoric of the Old Testament, right? And so that's why there had to be a council over a lapse of 300 years, beginning from the Nician uh, Church Council down to the one in Constantinople in 553, right? So during those years, there was a lot of additions, a lot of editing of the Bible. So imagine what they hid. So part of that hidden information, I gave you guys a glimpse. Like we went over a lot of stuff. We read a lot of ancient manuscripts. I can't show you that because if I move my phone, it's gonna like begin to like break. The signal begins to break, and then I can't do that. So my phone is like sitting in a place where I can't move it. So I gotta like get close to the phone and like start speaking. But eventually, I'm gonna get a new phone. This time is gonna be like a better version, and it's gonna be better. So I'm excited for that. I'm excited to get a new phone, and so that we can continue on to this mission to bring these subjects into the community, so that you guys can discuss it. And if you guys have any question, you guys can always come and talk to me instead of like trying to demonize what I'm bringing out, right? I mean, there's a lot of possibility that the things that we find in the New Testament is not even real. And some of it is because it coincides with much ancient writings of the New Testament, which is the Nag Hammadi scrolls, which I have. And a lot of the stuff that I have is out of books, not out of a YouTube uh, place or page that I found, not out of a Google account or a Google article. No, brother. This information comes from like books, real researchers, and people that have come up with this information that has like. Now you gotta understand, why would someone like try to hide this information from the public? You know why? Because the entire world has been fed a lie of the current narrative about Christ. Oh well, he was born out of the Virgin Mary, and then, yeah, he came to the temple at the age of 12, but we're missing his early childhood years, but you can believe us. From the age of 12 to the age of 30, yeah, we're just gonna create a big gap right there, so you guys can question and add whatever you guys want to add in there. And then, yeah, from the age of 30 to the age of 33, that was his ministry. That's basically what they fed you. When in fact, that wasn't what was happening when Christ was a child, right? I give you guys where to find that. When Christ was basically like missing from the age of 12 to the age of 29, where was he? What was he doing? Well, we went over that information. You guys can be the judge of the matter. You guys can research farther than what was brought out tonight. But I think it's a possibility that um, this whole idea about Christ dying for your sins is not it was just an idea to control humanity, right? Just kind of like how organized religion controls their followers through fear, right? If we don't do this, well, what's gonna happen? You're going to hell.
Religion is always in the control business. And that's something people don't really understand. It's in the guilt-producing control business. And if you have heaven as a place where you're rewarded for your goodness and hell as a place where you're punished for your evil, then you sort of have control of the population. And so they create this fiery place, which has quite literally scared the hell out of a lot of people throughout Christian history. Mm-hmm. And it's part of a control tactic.
But wait a minute, you're saying that hell, the idea of a place under the earth or somewhere where you're tormented for an eternity, is actually an invention of the church?
I think the church fired its furnaces hotter than anybody else. But I think there's a sense in most religious life of reward and punishment in some form. The church doesn't like for people to grow up, because you can't control grown-ups. That's why we talk about being born again. When you're born again, you're still a child.
Yeah, so hopefully that didn't go over people's heads, but basically, like, the last statement that was really powerful. Like, when you're born again, you're still a child, which means what? That you are susceptible to what? To, like, entities and other vibrations. You know why? Because from the age of 1 to the age of 7, a child is vibrating at the theta state. The theta state is basically the vibration in which the child can absorb as much information as possible as he can, to create his own, like, inner sanctum reality, like your inner temple. And this is why, ding 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 ding, they have to take your children to, like, the school system in order to, like, destroy that nobility, the nobility of being um like um like a single man or single woman traversing to time and space, creating your pathway into your own spiritual evolution, right? Experimenting on this planet, because again, this planet, that's all it is. It's like a school system that is the hardest to come into in order to learn lessons, in order to, like, be able to, like, love and understand, like, humanity, like this creation, right? The sun, that's basically like the mission of the Sons of Light. And so that's why you have a lot of brothers and sisters, shamans and whatnot, basically traveling, creating alliances and whatnot. So shut up for that. When we left our home and came down to this world and became embodied in the world, we were hated and persecuted both by those who are ignorant and by those who claim to be enriched with the name of Christ. You see that? See? See how, like, bringing this information out, like the real stuff, like, it's gonna basically shake a lot of people's foundation, a lot of people's foundations in Christianity, and what you guys believe to be divinity and whatnot, and God and the Creator. See, this is what happens when, like, the truth descends onto the planet through the mouths of people, and basically, like, people start, like trying to revolt against the truth. Like, it's just like we're just messengers. We're just messengers. They hate and persecute those whom I have liberated. You see? So that's basically like when you come and liberated, you come out of the matrix and you step back, your guys are gonna be able to see this whole matrix for what it is. This plane of existence, life itself, the way you guys procreate your children, right, and bring batteries into this world in order to energize more of the matrix, and then basically regenerate this wheel of reincarnation in the same cycle of what's been going on for thousands of years on the planet in every single civilization that has fallen. Right, it's the same cycle. It rises to the top. It becomes superpower, and then all of a sudden, it starts declining, and all of a sudden it's destroyed, and then the inhabitants of that superpower they're scattered, and then some other superpower rises up, and the same thing happens again, and there's a persecution of the narrative that's created by the victors, right? Because the narrative of the Bible is nothing more than the narrative that was written and rewritten by the victors of this planet, the ones that are ruling this planet. right? The ones that control every single phase of existence on this planet, whether it be spiritual, physical, mental, entertainment, and whatnot. So, I mean, it is what it is. Um, if these people would only shut their mouths for once, they would start weeping and groaning in futility because they have not really known me. Rather, they have served two masters. You see that? Two masters. They have served like the idol that the Roman Empire created, right? And that they propagated throughout the ages, beginning by Constantine, right? Remember that guy, Constantine? He is the one that basically helped out with this whole thing about Christianizing the world and mixing their doctrines with Christianity. So, all right, we're done. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. We're gonna call it a night. For those who are gonna come and watch these class, thanks for watching. Thanks for sticking all the way to the end. You guys have a great weekend. Labor Day, whatever it is that you guys do. Stay safe. Stay tuned for the next one. We'll see you around. Peace out, everybody. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Thanks for watching, everybody. Yeah. Join our Facebook group called Guardians of Truth. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Yeah, thanks for joining, everybody. We'll see you on the next one. Peace out. Ekanore, kanore, 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 kanore. I went to visit the Redwoods, right? The Redwoods Park, the Valley of the Giants, and all those big gigantic trees, right? Check this out. They're majestic. I met the grandfather tree. Yeah, that was me standing right next to the grandfather tree. The sequoia trees over there, the sequoia forest, and the redwood forest. It was majestic. I stayed there for like 7 days with my siblings, and we just tried to venture into nature, and spend time away from like modern society and stuff, and try to sleep in in the wilderness, and it was beautiful. It was 7 days, and it was very magical. Anyways, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys around on the next one. Peace out. Shalom.